Hello, and thank you for checking out my avatar, Frontiers of Pandora Any % no damage run. The criteria for this run was the player's health bar could not drop below 100% from the moment you take control of your character until the credits roll. There are a few sections in the game where damage is forced on you and therefore unavoidable. I'll discuss those instances during the commentary. However, for a detailed breakdown of those sections, along with the complete rule set for this run, reference the description section below. Lastly, if you'd like to ask questions or interact with the community, be sure to join the Discord. The link for that and all of my socials are in the description section below. Now with all that out of the way, sit back, relax, and thank you for joining me for this challenge run. So first and foremost, Happy New Year to all of you. Normally the way that I do these commentary segments is, well, I guess I don't do them in segments. I do them all in one sitting. However, those of you who have watched my videos recently will probably be able to tell that my voice is a little off. I am a bit under the weather this time around, so I'm going to be doing this one in parts. So if the audio sounds different voice-wise in one section versus the other, that's why, because I'm not doing it all in one sitting. But I do have a lot to say about this game, and I'm excited to share with you guys kind of my thoughts and my strats for this game. This is not the typical kind of game that I generally do. In fact, first-person shooters generally are not even conducive to a no damage run. Generally, you're not going to be able to do that. And in this game, I had a lot of frustration with it as well. I went back and forth. I uninstalled it at one point. I deleted all my notes at one point, and then not even 24 hours later, I had a change of heart and decided, no, I need to do this. I want to do this. So I do have a lot to talk about here. I do have a lot to share. Generally, there are some sections in this game where you're kind of just flying from point A to point B. There's really nothing to talk to there, so I won't really have anything to say for that. But for any of the combat stuff or any of the sections where damage is possible or likely, I will talk to those sections. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and jump into this. So at the very beginning of the game, the very first instance of damage or possible damage is actual RNG. There is no strategy that I could find to avoid it other than just run. And about 1 in 3 attempts, you'll get lucky and just get through it without taking damage. The other 66% of the time, you'll just take damage. So many of the runs ended within the first 5 minutes, not even in 5 minutes, because I would get up to this section where we're about to approach here, and I would just get shot. So as soon as I break this vent, I'm going to drop down into this hallway. And at this point, you're getting shot at on the left by enemies. As we go through this gate, we're going to get shot at on the left and the right by enemies. And there's nothing you can do here. All you can do is run. Again, I tried various things. I tried zigzagging. I tried stopping on walls. I tried sitting there for 20 minutes and seeing if the AI would just stop functioning. Nothing worked. All you can do is run through that. Because the probability of success is so high. I know 33% 1 in 3 chance doesn't sound high, but for no damage, it actually is, especially being that this is at the very beginning of the game. I didn't want to just say, okay, you know what, damage is allowed there, because you can get through it without taking damage. Again, 1 in 3 times. If it was something like 5%, I probably would have had a different feeling about it. I would have said, yeah, no. If we take damage, we take damage, and it doesn't matter. We're not going to count it. But because it was so high, I wanted to make sure that we got through that. So that is one of the issues with this run that made it a pain in the ass, was simply because that did count, and it was complete coin flip, basically. You run through it. If you get hit, you restart, and if not, well, I hope the rest of your run goes well as, as well. So for this section, really, you just stay crouched and you just walk. Right when you get to the end of this hallway that I'm going down now, we're going to turn the corner. And as we turn this corner and start walking forward, one of the enemies is going to be on our left and the other one's going to be repositioning away from us. So as soon as he starts to see us, we're just going to, run and then crouch slide. And you're going to see that I'm going to use this technique of sprinting and then immediately going into a crouch, what I call just crouch sliding. So you don't really see the sprint, you just see the crouch slide to get from like point A to point B really, really, really quick, while also maintaining the modifier for stealth that makes it harder for them to spot you. So for the gem, basically I like to jump, and I'd say about half the time when you do that land, the thud actually gets someone's attention and they'll turn around and look away from you. If that doesn't happen, basically I just wait until I see this guy walk forward. Once I see his flashlight turn around, I know I'm safe and I can go.
Okay, I'm out of the gym.
Good. Now get to the...
Solid! How long were we asleep? Solek? Can you hear me? Solek, are you okay? That was way too close. Solek!
So once we get through this breach in the wall, basically we're now out in Pandora. And one of the things that makes this game difficult is that it's really a cool mechanic. Like, I love that the developers put this into the game, but for a no damage run, it makes it hell. Is that so many things on Pandora are trying to hurt you. Like, the real world expression of 50% of things in nature want to kill you is actually true for the most part on Pandora. So
More RDA.
you'll notice that there's going to be a lot of times where I'm sticking to a trail like I am now, or sticking to the water's edge, or sticking to an area that's just open, because running through the forest of Pandora, it's very easy to like not see a plant and run into it and take damage, or not see like thorn bushes laying on the ground and walk over them and take damage. It's very, very easy to take damage just from the environment and you walking through it. So I do want to point that out. There are going to be times where I'm doing things that are going to seem really weird, but it's generally for that purpose. I'm taking routes to ensure that I don't get hit by something out in, you know, the woods or whatever.
You will need arrows. Wood in the underbrush is pliable. You will find it. Simply focus your senses.
My senses?
They taught you to be human, but you are not.
See the forest as I do.
So I'm going to go ahead and take this opportunity, since there are so many sticks nearby, to basically max out on them. You don't really need to do this. I don't know. I did this early on and I just kept it in my process. But I'm basically just going to walk around, pick up as many sticks as I can. Once I'm basically maxed on them, I'll go ahead and craft arrows, which is how we progress the mission forward, and then I'll move forward.
We should get out of here. Can you move?
Dapofit. I need a pot. From a Dapofit plant.
I'll find one. Don't worry.
Near the shore. They grow by water.
So as I approach the objective here, I'm going to do so on the right side of it, because the troopers are going to be coming off on the left. And I want my approach to be kind of covered by the plants. So as I come up, I'm putting the plants in between myself and the RDA troopers so that they can't see me.
Solek,
And I do want to add that one of the things, or one of the other things that makes this run very, very difficult is the random RNG on Pandora as well. Like in this encounter here, I would say the vast majority of the time, 75% of the time, those soldiers will never shoot at anything. They won't encounter anything. Whereas this time around, you know, there's some random wildlife over there that they're shooting at. So that is a variable you have to deal with. All right, so as we come back to Solek, there's going to be a bunch of RDA here. So I'm specifically going to move up on this side, and I'm going to take this high ground so I can prepare to take out this amp. So I really want to take my time here and just target this vent. I need to hit this vent. Once I hit that vent, I have to drop. Not always, but the majority of the time, the other RDA troopers will go into alert. They'll know that you're here. And the AI in this game is not conducive to stealth, meaning the AI in this game was not coded for stealth. Stealth was kind of like an afterthought mechanic in this game. So when enemies are when one enemy is alerted, every single enemy will automatically know where you are at all times. And it makes it very, very difficult. So what I'm trying to do right now is just stay in cover. And if I wait long enough, they'll go into their search status, their yellow status, and then I should be able to take these guys out one at a time without alerting anyone, because if I do alert somebody, I need to kill them very quickly, otherwise I will take damage. There is no leeway there. If somebody sees you and goes red, you will have about 1 second or less to deal with that before you take damage. One of the other things I didn't mention earlier was that when we first came into this area, I went and I grabbed some spare parts out of those yellow boxes. As we leave Solek here and we're heading towards the Resistance, you're going to see I'm going to do that with, I think it's 3 or 4 more of those boxes. Spare parts are one of, if not the most important resource in this game, especially for no damage. Because of the weapon we're going to get here soon, and that crafting ammo for that weapon can only be done by using spare parts. So for this run, you're going to see that I am going to get spare parts as often as I can get them. I'm going to get a skill later on that's going to allow me to get or have the potential to get spare parts off of RDA amps, etc., because I need as many spare parts as possible. Now, in this game, spare parts are also used as a currency. You can trade them to vendors for gear. That is absolutely not worth it. It's way better to use them in the way that I'm going to be using them soon. So I just wanted to mention that in case anyone was watching and wondering why I'm grabbing so many of these. It's not for buying things from vendors. It is going to be to use them to craft ammunition for a weapon.
There you are. Over here. Okay.
I'm...
16 years. It doesn't feel real.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to think about that. Alma's right, though. We can be at home here. I feel it. And it's cool here, right? So much cool tech. He's over there.
That's Raj?
He's cool. Kinda. I think everyone's just getting used to us being around.
We must...
You must be Raj.
You need a new look. Keep it.
Do you...
Navi clothes. Do they feel weird?
I think I like them.
Well, I want to keep my hat. And some other bits. And try out some of the tech.
Just a minute, sorry.
Navi clothes. Do they feel weird?
Talon! Can't keep... I'm actually hoping you can find the faulty wiring in our air filtration. My data shows a fault upstairs as well. Probably that damn wiring.
Mind taking a quick look? The tool should lock onto the frequency. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Ah, I miss lemons.
Hey, Alex, I think I found the fault.
Just a little hack, and the system will reset. Do you mind?
I think I got it.
Aha! You see, it is a useful tool, isn't it? I told Alma this. This is our future. I must say, I'm looking forward to seeing what you do with it. Nice to have one's work come to something. But I've ordered you about enough. Alma's gathering everyone for a briefing. I believe your friends are still exploring.
There you are! I'd forgotten how it...
But
Lord, please. Come on. Everyone's waiting.
John Mercer.
Be ready. If the RDA see you at their drill site, they will...
engage. Remember what I taught you. Craft your arrows. Focus your senses. There are supplies by the main airlock should you need.
So for the RDA facility up ahead, the strategy that I use here is very consistent. The ground troopers will change a little bit from attempt to attempt, but for the most part, the approach is always the same. So what I'm going to do is, as I approach, I'm going to be looking for this trooper here, and I want to take him out. Once I take him out, I'm going to move up to this building or whatever, and I want to get on top of it.
Well, you can probably shut down the site without engaging them if you want. Unless, they see you doing it.
Now, once I get on top of this, I want to wait for the amp suit to walk back around. Because this amp suit is always going to be an exosuit, meaning that there is no shield on the front of it. It's just an open cockpit. You can basically use any bow and hit these guys one time and kill them. So I'm going to just go ahead and pop him right in the head, and that'll take care of him. Then I need to evaluate these 4 to 5 troopers that are down here. So what I'm looking for is I'm looking for anyone that's isolated and looking away or not in anyone else's POV. And the reason for that is obvious. If I kill somebody that's too close to another enemy, they'll hear it and everyone will go alert. Or if I kill someone that someone can see getting killed, then everyone's going to go alert. Now, this was a really rare instance. I've never seen them all path together. Like in this, like they all came together to chit chat or something. I've never seen that happen. This was the first time. So I took this section a little slower. I hit that guy a little too fast. Luckily, I was quick on the second guy. That's what I was telling you guys earlier. You have about a second, maybe a little bit less than a second to react to those things. Otherwise, you're going to take damage and or everyone's going to get alerted. So once everyone's dead, I want to go ahead and hack this tower to open up the vent. Once the vent is open, I'm going to move to this side and I'm going to be looking to hack the amp. Now, the way that this area works is once you kill all but one enemy, they're going to call reinforcements in. So what I'm going to do to cancel that mechanic and make it so that no reinforcements come in is that I'm going to store a hack on this amp suit. And as he walks away and gets far enough past the trooper that's on the ground, I'm going to go ahead, kill the trooper, and then I'm going to hack him. Okay? So when I hack him, I'm going to have a very short window to take care of this area. So we take care of the generator, I shoot that vent, I shoot this vent, and we're done. If you were to do that in the reverse, so if I was to kill the amp and then have the soldier alive, what then would happen, if I remember correctly, is that then reinforcements would get called. Or if you kill all the enemies, then reinforcements get called automatically. I think you get like a timer on your screen that says like 30 seconds or 20 seconds or something. So specifically keeping that guy alive so that I don't have to deal with that mechanic.
We should be RDA free for a while.
Well, we found something. Up high. Like a big flower. The others are excited, but I don't know. I'm not sure. Will you come look? Are you close? Do you see the butterflies? At least I think they're butterflies. Follow them and you'll find it.
Up here! Come on, quick!
The flower.
But what is this?
All right, so the first couple skills we're going to get here are just related to stealth, just being able... essentially what I want to do is I want to get to the third up from this side, which allows me to be able to run without being heard. So that's what I'm trying to get to. These just kind of help in that.
We should keep building the resistance. Make this place just as good as before.
Hey, everything okay out there? I've got something to show you. Something extremely cool. Well, I think it's cool. No, you'll think it's cool too. You know, whenever you get a chance to come see. Like, whenever's fine.
I'm on my way back to HQ. See you soon.
Ooh, yes!
Oh, man. Check.
Oh, Solek was hoping to catch you too. Promised him I wouldn't forget. Tell him I didn't forget.
You did well out there. The back exit is not so exposed. He may be there.
Baby and Fee will share some of her healing recipes with me.
Nor, where are you? Nor must have come through here. Okay, think. Nor left HQ. Definitely came this way. Burst the vein pod. Must have brushed past it. The scent. Ah, yes. Track the scent. Priya, you hearing me? I was tracking Nor by the cliffs outside, but I lost the scent. Looks like he crossed a river.
I'm sure he's not gone far. Maybe he just wanted to explore a bit.
Maybe. I'm going to keep climbing. Hey, Solek, you there? I think Nor's nearby. Maybe you could speak to him about your clan, how it feels. Solek?
Alma and I are checking in on one of our other camps. It's gone quiet.
You sound worried.
The Sky people continue to spread.
You think they found it? Solek? Hey there!
All right, so as we come out of the cutscene, I'm going to have to head back to link up with some of the Resistance members, and we're going to be timed in getting there. Now, the way that I'm going to go back is very, very roundabout, and like quite literally. What I'm going to end up doing here is instead of taking a straight line to the objective, I'm going to go down to the water that you could see there. It's going to be to my left. There we go. So like on this side, there's a whole body of water that then turns into a stream that then turns into a waterfall. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to follow that all the way around. And then once I'm kind of parallel to the objective, I'm going to shoot over to it. The reason for doing that is because if you go in a straight line to the objective, you inevitably hit this trigger. Or at least this is what I believe is happening. You hit this trigger where the game spawns a storm event over your head. And whenever you have a storm in this game, it does call, like lightning will come down and can hit you. It can hit other things around you. It can also hit wildlife and plants that are near you and cause them to explode or act in a certain way. Point being, it's very dangerous. In fact, you can see that the storm's already happening. For whatever reason, if you kind of run and follow the water, I found that the lightning doesn't occur. And once you get far enough down towards the objective, the like storm effects, like the lightning part of it, will end. So the reason why I'm taking this very long roundabout way is to simply avoid the lightning from potentially doing damage to me and me not being able to do anything about it. So if you're playing this game casually, you do not need to take the route that I'm taking. Just go straight to the target. But if you're trying to do this no damage, then you absolutely need to go this way. You cannot take a straight line to the objective from where you start, and you cannot go to the left. Going to the left, you still get the lightning, and that's, you know, the whole reason I'm doing this. So I did want to call attention to that, and I'll chime back in once we get to the resistance members, and then we have to do the combat stuff.
Alma, it is too late.
Come on.
All right, so a while back I said, you know, I was collecting all these spare parts so that I could make ammo for a weapon. Well, this weapon here is the most powerful weapon in the entire game. It cannot be upgraded, it cannot be sold. The staff sling is insanely OP, and I'm going to leverage that pretty much the entire run. So what we're going to do is we're going to come up to the top. You're going to see some flares or some smoke, signal smoke on the ground. Basically, all I'm going to do is throw bombs right on top of that. There is one wave that will come in. It'll be on the right, kind of at like my 2 o'clock. That will land on that ridge, or that platform, but will not have smoke. So right here where I'm throwing this, the next time a helicopter comes in, I think they call them scorpions in the game, but the next time one comes in, it actually won't have a marker there. So you have to know that ahead of time. And then I'll be throwing a bomb on this side where I just threw one there. I'll be throwing one over there later for an amp that's going to spawn into the game. Or spawn into the area. But for the most part, you're basically, with those two exceptions, you're basically just throwing bombs where you see the signals, basically. So that's the one I was telling you that doesn't have the flare. So now that this one's destroyed, I'm going to throw this bomb specifically for the amp. The amp will always run up this left side. So I'm going to go ahead and take cover because he's going to drop in. I don't want him to immediately shoot me. And then I'm just going to sit here and watch and make sure that he explodes. All right, so once he's dead, that's it. We're done. I can go ahead and move forward. I'm just waiting for the mission objective dialogue to play, which is that right there. And now what I want to do is I want to get a couple of things, and then I'm going to start heading towards the next objective. For this objective, there's only going to be 2 ground troopers. All I'm going to do here is I'm going to take a route around the right side and then head up onto the building that they came out of. Once I get on top of that building, then basically I just assess the situation and take out the troopers in such a way that they don't get alerted so that I don't have to worry about getting shot at.
Clearing area. Roger that. Find the threat. Copy that. Check everywhere. Roger, Wilco. Find the hostile.
The pathing on these troopers is all RNG, by the way. I don't know that I've ever had them both walk together looking in the same direction like that. Which made things a little complicated because I wasn't sure what they were doing.
Alma, I found the supplies. I'll be right there.
Hurry. Please, hurry.
So what you'll notice, or maybe you noticed, is that you do want to try to get through that section quickly because it does count against the timer that you now have to do the rest of it. So this next section is the one where you have to wait and be patient the most because there are enemies already on the ground and the way they react to you is complete RNG. I've had it where I'm running back and they all go into red alert status and start running at me, and there's literally no reason they should because they shouldn't know where I am. But again, that's the AI in this game. So I see that they're all grouped up over here, so I'm going to start with that one. There really is no strat here. It's just kill what you can as quickly as you can and then back off and wait and see what the situation looks like afterwards. I did miss a gear chest, so I need to go do that. But once I get this, I need to back up because there's a tree with a poison spore on it directly to the left. And you can't get hit by that if you stay for too long. But anyways, those enemies, what generally happens is you'll kill a couple of them and then you have to pull back. Wait for them to go yellow. And then once they go yellow, you pop out, bomb another one, and you kind of rinse and repeat that strategy. I got really, really lucky there, where I was able to just basically two-shot all of the enemies in the area.
Another Napi showed up to help. A Thua from the Aranahe Clan. She asked me to visit her home tree. Maybe more Napi will join us now?
Not likely. I tried before. It did not go so well. Their leader, Kanan, practically threw me out. He is not easily swayed.
He's not afraid of the RDA?
Rather, they have already caused him great sorrow. He will protect his people from further suffering. That I can understand. The Aranahe are normally united in all things, but the war has sparked some friction. Many will close their eyes to an uneasy truth, but a Sarentu may help them see.
So I'm going to go ahead and slot in Light-Footed Hunter 2, which makes it completely silent as I'm sprinting. And the reason I did it there was because enemies were shooting next to me, and I have had it where you randomly get pulled into their combat even though you're not doing anything. So I wanted to make sure I had that slotted in, so hopefully if it was sound related, I wouldn't get pulled into combat. So I'm going to take a slight detour here. I'm going to go inside of this destroyed tree or whatever. There's a pod in here that will give you a skill point. I'm going to do this a couple of times during the run where there are going to be these pods that are close by, you know, the various objectives and things that I'm doing. Where I'll go and I'll get them just to augment skill point acquisition. To help get these skills faster that I want to get. Really, there's only a handful of skills that are absolutely pivotal and required for the run, or even that I would suggest that you should always have for the game anyways, just because they're so good. But the majority of skills really are quality of life, and then skill points. As you get more skills, that's what also advances a little bit. For each skill point you invest a little bit towards your gear level as well. So it's also to augment your gear level.
I really must speak more with Etua's father about the resistance.
Later, my Yaudu. Here's our Uluk Ektan, our clan's leader. Let us clean you up a bit first. You would frighten the hide off an Angsik looking like that. Besides, I would not mention those sky people if I were you. They are nothing but trouble, and Katnat does not like trouble. Let me show you off a bit instead, Will you allow me that? It has been an age since we had Sarentu around here. Your people certainly made life more interesting. One time, they told us a tale about the rare mating rituals of the giant Zakru. Apparently, it can take days. But there will be time for that later. Our great tree has many stories, lived many lives, hosted your ancestors as our guest before you. And there was not one Sarentu who could resist how our dyes dance. Come, see my weavers. Koranu, my dear. You see, now is the time for beauty, for art. Speaking of which... Relu! Relun is a prickly one, but he is the very best cook. He knows it too. And here, my...
Everyone's...
There is no need to rush yourself, child. Go now if you want, but stay and enjoy our beautiful harvest.
Home tree 8. It cannot hold so many kindle.
You there. Come. Quickly now, please. Sotlek, I made it to the Aranahe. You weren't wrong about them. But one of them took me in. Nafika. She thinks I can impress Katnat if I show him I can hunt properly.
They sent you on a hunt? I should have showed you how myself.
It's okay. Nafika said one of their hunters might show me how. Itu.
Be careful. You do not need to prove yourself to them. You are Sarentu, and Katnat should honor that. Come back to HQ anytime you like, all right? You are not alone.
always does.
My hunts are for meat, not research.
Could be Itu. Your ikran is beautiful.
You can hit a static tap. Not bad.
All right, so once we're done talking to E2, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and fast travel back to an earlier point that we picked up as we were coming in here. The reason why I'm going here is twofold. So my primary objective is to go get the eject skill, or the eject ancestor skill, which is the single best skill in the entire game. In my opinion, it gives you just so much, it opens up so many options for you to approach combat differently. But the other objective here is, as I'm going towards getting the eject skill, at least I've found in my own play, that there's always one of the creatures that I need to hunt for the E2 like mission objective there as well. Like literally right by the eject skill. So basically go get eject, and in the process of doing that, you'll find the thing you need to complete the objective for this hunting mission. Now these RDA troopers that are over here to the right, that's pure RNG. I'd say 90% of the time they're not there, but I always check for them and listen for them because I know that they can be there. And again, that just is one of the other reasons why, you know, this type of run in this type of game is so difficult, is because of so many RNG elements. Anyways, what I don't want to do is, because the RDA is so close to these, I don't want to spook them. So I'm taking this very, very slow, and I want to kill the one that is the lowest level. So the one on the left I'm looking at is level 3, so that's the one I want to target. I get the clean kill, and then I can go, and I'm hoping the one on the right doesn't run into the RDA and cause them to go aggro, because then they could start firing and moving towards me, and that would be bad. But there's nothing I can do about that. I just have to hope it doesn't happen. So that's the E2 mission completed. And so now what I'm going to do is just go get the eject skill, and then I'll fast travel to Home Tree.
Oh, here we go.
Is there something wrong with your home tree? Etua said it suffers.
The Kinglor are uneasy. We have provided for them since their flowers closed, but their numbers are too many. Katnad would prefer Etua to focus all her energies on them. But I think that child does her best. Now pay attention. Katnad should see you still have some Na'vi skill, and I should like to see it myself. Good. Now show Katnat how you have mixed your colors with our own. Just as your people once did. Do not be afraid of him. His bark is worse than his bite. I will follow shortly.
I am worried, and you should be...
Try to mix the nectar with a touch of shelf.
Nefika has had her...
There is no honor in fleeing this fight. The Sky People rot our lands. They must be stopped.
There is a hunting camp near the forest cliffs. The Filu is likely to...
Someone here. Not one of the guys.
A friend then?
Time for rest.
I want to come too. Katnat would find out. It's too risky. So it's up to us to find him. And when we do...
So when we get done with this cutscene, what the game wants you to do is it actually wants you to go right here. And you're supposed to learn the mechanic that you can fall through these big leaves on these, you know, various trees. And that in doing that, you reset your fall damage, like multiplier or whatever. I'm not going to do that. And the reason why I don't do that is because it's really hard as you're falling down through the leaves to see the next one under it, right? You just have this big leaf like on your screen and you don't necessarily know what the next leaf's orientation is. So it's very easy for you to go through the leaves and miss one, get that multiplier to increase and consider fall damage. And then when you impact the ground, you take fall damage. So I'll never do that in this run, but the game does explain it to you and you could do it. It's just really risky. The other thing that I've been doing a while now and I haven't really spoke to is that the game allows you to kind of slide down surfaces. And every time you do that, as long as you're touching a surface, the game will not increase that fall multiplier. So you can go down huge mountainsides, huge cliffs that are very, very steep without taking damage just by like, as you're going down, holding your, like the direction back up against the surface of that cliff. And you can go down to the bottom with no issue. So I like to employ that technique over just going through like leaves and stuff. Anyways, for this part of the objective, we're actually going to go in the back way. This is the way you're supposed to run out. But we're going to go in the back way to avoid all the RDA.
Not be fought with RDA. Not be skills we're winning. But then their bow broke. Had to flee. E2 stopped here. Someone or something interrupted him before he could eat. An Ikran fought in this cave. Its headpiece snapped in the struggle, clawed its way out. E2 landed with his Ikran Zome. They fought the RDA. They got trapped in the cave but escaped up there. Is that Ikran blood? A scent trail to follow.
All right, so our objective now is to basically go to this RDA ship crash site. And when we get there, we're going to have to deal with a bunch of RDA troops, right? It's a couple of amps, a bunch of ground troopers. The way this mission is designed is that you're supposed to basically fight all of them. And once you get so many of them dead, a Scorpion attack helicopter will come in and start fighting you. In my testing, though, I found that if you I don't know if it's linked to the way that I enter the area or if it's linked to where I fight them from. But one of those two, or maybe both of them, I don't know, will stop that attack helicopter from coming in. So if you're doing this, definitely go the way that I go and get in the position that I get into, because that will make it so much easier for you. Now, once we get into this position, and the position is basically just getting on top of the crashed ship. That's all it is. But once we get into this position, it's literally just like the other encounter, right? Where it was throw bombs, kill as many as you can per bomb, and then back off when they go into red status and wait for them to go yellow. Now, in this position, they can run up the right side of you. In fact, I lost a run because someone ran up the right side of me. I threw a bomb over there as insurance in case somebody ran up. And when it exploded, it did splash damage to me through the solid object of the ship that you see to my right. So, there is a risk of enemies running up to you. That's why you want to throw the bomb, immediately back off, and then don't show your face again until they go yellow. But aside from that, that's literally the entire strategy. You really do want to pay attention to, I guess, the enemy type, right? So you want to get the enemy amps down as soon as possible, because it is doable to kill enemy troopers if they know where you are and they're coming to you. It's very easy to one-shot them around a corner before they can react. But it's not so easy to do that to an amp. So you want to kill the amps first, then you want to take care of the ground troopers. And then once that's done, you can move on with the objective.
You murderous coward!
Gonna investigate.
Here on my end! Get away from her, or I shall hunt you down!
So since I realize that they're on the other side of the wall, I'm just going to go ahead and take out one of the troopers. And then they should pull forward. I can't remember who I kill first, but obviously, like I said earlier, if you can see the amp, kill the amp, and then take care of the trooper.
You murderous coward! Get away from her, or I shall hunt you down! Where are you? I am in here! Let me out!
All right, so now that all the enemies are dead, I'm going to run around. There's a couple of spare parts, boxes, and some gearboxes that we're going to go ahead and pick up here. But once that's done, the way I think the developers want you to do this sequence here to get inside the ship, I think the way they want you to do it is not how I end up doing it. Because it goes a little bit quicker if you do it the way that I'm doing it. But basically, we're going to touch that. We're going to go up and go ahead and repair the ship. the way that they are meant to do that is you kind of like, oh, the door's locked. And then there's a lever that you need to pull. You pull that lever and it's like, oh, we need power, right? Well, what I'm doing is I'm going to go ahead and connect the power and then go down there. And then I'm going to pull that lever twice. And that kind of tricks the game into satisfying the requirement that you pull it once to go, oh, I need power. But then you already connected the power. So when you pull it a second time, it's just auto going to open the door like it should. It just saves a little bit of like the back and forth, essentially. So that's why I pull this twice. It wasn't a misclick or anything. It's on purpose. I just wanted to call that out.
I'll try to reconnect it. I think that's it. Come on.
I tried those metal jaws in the floor, but they would not open either. Fire! Get back!
Damn it! I just need to get these doors open. That's it. That should work. Let's get out of here. Are you okay?
I should never have left her. She's hurt and alone.
She can't be far. Just a minute. Sorry.
I should never have left her. She's hurt and alone.
She can't be far. Zome is strong and brave. We will find her. Together.
We have to. You have not bonded, Sarentu. You do not know how it is.
Tell me.
A bond like no other.
Sorry, I'll be right back. Quick, I found her! I was too late, Itu. I'm so sorry. Please, if there's anything I can do.
I was helping the Sahik tend to the Kinglor, and you will not guess what happened.
What?
For just a moment, the queen rested.
I am worried, and you should be too.
You have outdone yourself. The meat was so juicy, and it had that sweet.
Sorry. I should find Etua.
Invite chaos. Ah, yes. These pigments will make a fine dye.
He cannot really believe this is my fault.
Have you...
Our own Saren.
Is a champion. We should all follow her into battle.
All right, so our objective here is to gather swamp nectar, I think is what it's called, or something like that. What I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to go clear this RDA facility, because inevitably, if you kind of follow the mission objective, you'll go to get the nectar, and then it'll be like, oh, everything's polluted. Oh, you need to go clear this RDA facility. So I'm just going to go ahead and go clear the RDA facility and skip that, so we're not running around needlessly. Now, the way that I clear this facility is very consistent. It's a very simple, simple facility to clear. And I do want to call out that the layout of this, like where the enemies are positioned, where all the stuff is, this is repeated at multiple sites. So each, like, RDA facility is not unique. They do repeat. So the way that I attack this one is the same way that I would attack another one later on. But anyways, what we're going to do is I'm going to rotate around, and I want to take the objective on the outside first, because from there I can get to everything else very quickly and in stealth. The way that you clear these facilities does matter. You like the game does give you like a little pop-up information thing, but it doesn't do a great job of like really pointing it out and making it obvious. But the way that you clear these matters, because if you clear it in stealth, you basically get more gear and better gear than if you clear it and, you know, they get alerted and they know that you're here. Now, for the purpose of this no damage run, obviously the approach we want to take is in stealth, right? So it just kind of goes hand in hand that doing it in stealth is going to allow me to get better stuff. So on this first one, I'm going to store the hack. Storing the hack just allows me to keep all of the enemies unaware that I'm here. Once I get done with that, I'm going to jump on these cables. I'm going to run over. Then I'm going to jump on top of this big like storage tank or whatever it is. I'm going to move all the way over to the other side. We're going to hack this, and then I'm going to get back on the storage tank to hack the second part of this one. Now, as long as you're like elevated over RDA enemies, like whether they're amps, whether they're ground troops, whatever, as long as you're elevated high enough above them, which honestly isn't really that high, they will be completely unaware that you're there. So that's the reason why I'm taking the pathing that I'm taking, is it just keeps me elevated over them, so I don't have to worry about aggroing any of them. All right, so this will be the last one. I'll hack this. And then this will be our final hack. We'll store this, and then we'll be ready to go ahead and detonate. Now, you can detonate on this platform. I choose to run over to this other section. The only reason I do that is because I had one attempt. Well, it wasn't an attempt. I was like practicing when I was routing everything out, where I detonated and there was an enemy right near me. And when I detonated, it started shooting at me immediately. So I try not to detonate near where the objectives are exploding, just to kind of not be in the environment when those enemies get alerted.
Hear me coming this time. Should find that nectar now.
All right, so we got our first shotgun. The shotgun is one of the best damage tools in the game, outside of the sling for the bombs that we've been throwing. And we're going to use that shotgun quite a bit towards the end of the game.
Hey, Priya.
So this RDA duty roster that I got, I'm going to be picking up 5 of them. I will never go out of my way to do that. There's 5 of them through the main story objectives.
Looks like a list of names.
But I highly suggest that if you're going through the game that you pick them up, especially if you're trying to do this run, because it will guarantee you like a super high-end damage bow at the very end of the game for the final mission, which is very, very important. Basically, I'm going to use those RDA rosters to get a heavy bow that I need at the end of the game, and then I'll use basically all of the... God, what is the game called? It's like favor or reputation or whatever that you get with the clans. You get a meter that fills up, and you can trade that favor or reputation for items. So basically, I'm going to stock up on that the entire game, and then at the very end, I'm going to cash all of that in to fully upgrade myself for the last mission so that I can out damage like some of the mechanics of the last section. But I'll touch on that more when we get to the end of the game. But I just wanted to call out these RDA rosters do matter. I need 5 of them. I will pick up 5 of them before the final mission of the game. So these RDA darts in wildlife, the only reason I do this one is because it's just always right here in front of me and it's safe. There's no other ones in the game that I go out of my way to get, and there's really no other ones in the game that just like present themselves in front of me. And this one's also a bit RNG based. It can be a little bit further upstream or downstream. So depending on that RNG, you might run this route and not run into it. So it only gives 1 spare part, so if you don't get it, it's not the biggest deal. It really doesn't matter.
Well, I was doing some maintenance. That filtration system has me on edge. And also, have you ever noticed actually that when I...
Priya, the weird thing.
Oh, yeah, sorry. So I was straining to reach a part I needed, but then Nor comes over and he's like, let me get that for you. And hands me the thing.
What did you say?
Nothing. It's kind of froze and smiled. Anyway, it's been really helpful lately. Even to humans.
Maybe he's just getting used to you. I mean, you're not so bad.
Yeah, you're right. I'm glad though. Anyway, I'd better go. Call if you need anything.
A Kinglor nest. Oh, the queen. Not home tree. She's content. She's trying to show me something. She wants to gather the Kinglor. They are hungry. The queen guides them to flowers to feed. She sees an RDA facility, but she doesn't know what it is. The queen wants to find more flowers for the Kinglor to feed. The energy pulses disturb her. She feels it. The swarm is agitated. It's confusing, so she keeps flying. There's something, an energy wave. It feels harsh. And the queen, she needs to find the other Kinglor. Protect them. A wave of energy. It's closing the flowers that they feed on. The Kinglor are hungry, distressed. The balloons. The pulse is coming from the balloons. It pushes the Kinglor back. Discomfort and then confusion. She doesn't know how to get them away. The queen sees the shadow above, threatening the swarm. She's showing me that there are more balloons. That RDA facility. It's sending a signal to the balloons. The Kinglar grow weak. The Queen must hurry. Find a safe place before the swarm dies. Flying so far, away from the balloons. The swarm is weak. Where is she leading them?
Sarentu? And I think that... Yes, this one will do nicely. You are Sarentu. Hello.
Hey, you busy? I want your opinion. Knock, knock.
What?
Knock, knock.
Priya, what are you doing?
It's knock, knock. You know, you just say, who's there, all right? Like someone's knocking on a door. Okay, knock, knock.
Who's there? I know it's you, though.
No, just play along. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Water. Now you say water who?
Water who?
Water, you doing telling jokes. Don't you have more important things to do? Did you cut out?
I'm still here.
Uncle said that joke was dumb, but it isn't, right? Come on, help me prove a point.
It's great, Priya. Definitely the best knock-knock joke I've ever heard.
Yeah? Uh-huh, okay. I am telling her you said that.
Let us not stand around waiting.
took you so long? I slowed down for you.
How did you get up here so fast?
Ha! I spent my childhood climbing these mountains. I know all their tricks.
You're feeling better then?
In body, not yet in spirit. Don't worry.
Sorry, I'll be right back. Hey, Priya. You will never guess where I am right now.
The Aranahe didn't boil you in one of their dive vats, did they?
The opposite. I'm climbing the Ikran rookery to be chosen. At least, I hope I get chosen.
Seriously? Right now? You're doing that right now? It's like crazy high, right? Are you scared?
You're not helping.
You have to tell Noor. He'll love this. Hang on. Gotta get a footstool.
Noor! I hope I get chosen.
The bond is pure, untouched by humans. But we Sarentu are a little too human. Even now, I use a human instrument to speak with you.
Well, it takes all weapons to win a war, right?
That sounds like something Mercer would say.
You'll do great. Don't fall, okay?
Priya!
The bond requires trust on both sides. I'm not sure she is ready to trust you. Remember, the choice belongs to the Ikran, not to you.
No! What am I doing wrong?
She is not sure of you yet. Keep going. Maybe she will reward your efforts.
I'm starting to feel like I won't get chosen.
She is just teasing. Be strong. Ma'elan, take heart. The bond is a precious thing to be cherished. A life linked forever with your own. I met Zorme at this very spot. She reared up, snapped at me. I stuck.
You're okay. Don't worry.
Now name her. She has made herself yours.
I think I'll call you Teme.
A new bond. It is wondrous to fly on thought alone, to touch the mind of another. Your hearts beating as one. You must secure the bond with a final act of trust.
How do I...
Roll for her! Roll for your Ikra! Lie high together and secure the bond!
Yes! We did it, girl! You did it! Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's think. Feel what to do. Can you... go faster? That's it! Let's dive! You hungry, girl? You want a treat? You do, don't you? There you go. Good girl. Good to see you, Temet. Ready to ride? Hey, Priya. There's something happening in the air here. A signal from these strange devices.
Those RDA aerial thingies? Huh.
It's disturbing the Kinlor and their food cycle in the rainforest. If we help the Kinlor, we help the Aranahe.
Hey, can you scan one? I'll try to find out what they do.
Priya? I'm at one of those aerial things.
Okay, there should be somewhere to scan, like a control panel. That should reveal the power source.
Priya, you there? I sent some data through.
Receiving. Okay, hang on. This data shows the power source. It should be right near you. Hey, if you take that out, it'll destroy the whole cluster. Just don't get caught in the blast.
That worked! The balloon is down!
Nice! Hey, Kayla, come check out this data. Oh, is that... Oh, it's radar mapping. Well, that's pretty cool.
All right, so once I'm done with this second one, I'm going to take a slightly different route, or I guess a kind of like a long route around some of these balloons, because the balloons that are in the immediate area here all have Scorpion attack copters or whatever around them. And for obvious reasons, I don't want to engage with that because I would just take damage outright. So I'm going to basically fly very close to the ground and move to a balloon that's near our next objective that is unguarded. So basically I'm going to get this balloon and then immediately go to our next objective, which is going to be another facility.
Checking the balloons.
Delan, anything?
Signal is still going strong. It's not really a problem though, right? I mean, it's not doing anything bad.
It's more disruptive than it looks. I need to stop it.
Oh, okay. It's pretty cool though, the way it works. But I get it.
Yo. Got another one.
It's no good. Those devices, they're just pinging the signal around. You need to get to the source.
Looks like it's transmitting from somewhere nearby.
The RDA site at the stone pillars. Etua is there now.
Do you think... Are you going to fight the humans there?
They won't make it easy, Delan.
All right, so like the other RDA facility, I have a very streamlined type approach to this one, a strategy for this one. Very consistent. There are a couple of RNG variables, but they're very minor. I'll try to point them out as we go through it, but this is a very unique RDA like facility to clear because you don't actually get to fully complete it. And I'll elaborate on that in a little bit. But what I want to do is I want to start on the right here with this objective. I need to take out the trooper that's patrolling back and forth on this catwalk. So as I walk up, he's just inspecting gear, so I'm going to go ahead and take him out. Then what I need to do is I need to go ahead and make sure that I get both of these two amps on the lower level because they'll put one will patrol all the way around 360 degrees of this tower. The other one will only go halfway. So he'll go to the front of it, then he'll come around to the side and then back. So what I'm doing right now is the enemy that I killed, I thought was this enemy that I'm looking at through the wall. The one that I killed is the one that's supposed to be way down to the left on this catwalk, but happened to be here. And that's just part of the RNG, and that's why I was looking around, is because I was trying to verify, because I didn't see the RDA soldier on the way down on the left side of the catwalk. So now that they're both dead, I know they're dead, I see my opening. I'm basically going for this section right here where I duck down. This will keep me out of sight of both of the amps and allow me to hack this gearbox.
Hang on. Do you see any big pools outside the perimeter? They're connected to the main pumping station.
Now what I need to do is I need to wait for this amp to go back or to go all the way around so that I can get the gear out of the gearbox. I don't need to go to the gearbox. I just need to like slightly edge out here. I'm going to wait for that amp to turn around. We can edge out, grab that, and now I can move back. So we'll move back here, and I'm going to jump up to the stairs or whatever, and move up just a little bit, and then from right here, I'm high enough in elevation over the amp so that they won't be able to see me. So we'll go ahead and store that hack, and then I'm going to move on. So as I go up here, you'll notice there's some cabling above me. So we're going to go onto the cabling, and this will lead over to the second one. Now there is an RDA trooper on the right side here. He's always going to be there. He'll either be walking back and forth or he'll be kneeling, but he'll always be there. So we want to take him out. So we'll get this first hack. And then I'll get the final one from right here on the stairs. I'm going to go ahead and store that. And then I'm going to move to the cabling to my right. And head all the way across. So as I go, I'm going to keep moving left. And what I'm looking for is the trooper. So there's a trooper that stands up here and he will patrol as well. So I want to make sure he's not patrolling my direction before I jump down and start running that way. You'll see there's some yellow icons on the right side. They're being alerted right now from one of the troopers that I killed on that first catwalk. So there's always going to be two guys up here. I just want to see what orientation they're in. They patrol around. But basically I want to get up here, kill them. And then we're going to move to this water pipeline. I think this is the water pipeline. So that item that I just got is always the same thing. It's never random. Some of the gearboxes in this game have random gear, and some of them don't. They have the exact same thing every time you play through the game. This is one of them that always has the same thing. And what that item does is it doubles the amount of bombs I'm able to have for my sling at any given time. So instead of having 4, I get to have 8. I will use that the entire rest of the game because it's so good having that many bombs. All right, so we're going to move around this way. The reason I come this way is because there's either going to be a trooper or an amp or nothing. You have 3 possible scenarios here. This time around, I got a trooper that's pathing through here. Sometimes you'll get an amp. Sometimes you'll get nobody. But I want to go ahead and verify that. We kill the trooper. I'm going to come up here, and then I'm going to see what these guys are doing. You'll get 2 scenarios here, too, where the amp that I'm looking at will either be talking to another one and never move on the right side, or it'll be patrolling around. So in this scenario, I got the RNG where it patrols around. I'm just going to wait till it turns around, and then I'm going to go ahead and hack this. Now, the technique that I used here is what I call a corner hack. So you stand on a corner, you start hacking, and then right before the hack completes, you move your character over. And if you time it right, you'll complete the hack, and you'll move yourself behind cover so that enemies won't be able to see you. It's very useful for a small number of situations. All right, so I got the first hack down there. I'm going to get this one. We're going to go ahead and store it. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to move all the way back around. So basically, I'm going to go in reverse here. Now, like I told you earlier, this facility is different than other facilities that you're going to clear. Because once, like if I was to blow all this up right now, I wouldn't get a cutscene. I wouldn't be put in a gear room. That wouldn't happen. What happens is the next phase of this mission, where we get a Scorpion helicopter that flies in and sits right on top of our objective. And that objective is on the roof. And so the only way for me to access that roof is to fly up there on the Ikran. The problem with that is if I fly up there on the Ikran, I'm going to alert the ship. It's going to fire at me. There's literally no way for me not to take damage there. However, the strategy that I developed here is that there is a rocket launcher all the way over here on this other side by this platform. As I come back around, I know there's always going to be a trooper that's going to spawn on the platform. I'm then going to move into this position on this helipad. And what I'm looking for is any other troopers on the catwalks that are going to be walking to me. And I need to be looking for the amp that's under me. I need this amp to walk. He's just always going to walk counterclockwise. Once he walks past this point, I'll be able to drop down, grab the rocket launcher, and then I'm going to head back all the way to the other side of the facility to stage for the next part of this mission. Now, if I remember here, I almost messed this up and get seen. This amp that's to my right that I'm kind of looking at, I waited way too long to move forward. So as soon as he gets parallel to me, I need to just go. And I waited way too long to do that. Like right now, I should be going, and I'm not doing that. So he almost spots me out here. You'll see it right there at the bottom right. You can see it's purple starting to fill up. I definitely had the potential to be spotted there, which would have been bad. A lot of this game is knowing the pathing of enemies, kind of knowing the RNG, how to deal with the RNG, and the timing of how you move through all that. All right, so here's where we're going to stage at. So I'm going to go ahead and drop the rocket launcher. I'm going to go ahead and execute the hacks. That'll complete all of those objectives. I'm going to pick the rocket launcher back up and shove myself into the left side of this this wall. You'll see at the top of the screen, you'll see the helicopter come in and stop moving. And then I'm going to get exactly one attempt to take this thing out. So I want to aim a little bit high because there is some drop on the rocket. That'll blow that up, and that takes care of that issue of me flying up there and being engaged. Before we fly up there, though, I'm going to go ahead and go into the room where the gear would be if you were to complete this. To get this RDA roster. So that'll be 2 of 5 for the rosters that we need for the end of the game. And now I'm going to go all the way back up here where I was earlier. And then this is how I'm going to exit the facility. I'm just going to jump off the back here and drop down. I'll call in the Ikran and then I'll fly up to the next objective.
Let's go, Teme. Yeah, yeah. Need food first. Whoa!
All right, so after we complete this hack, we're gonna get a cutscene, and basically we have to go find this Ikran that was helping us out, right? And its rider, of course. The way the game wants you to go, they want you to follow the scent trail, and that takes you by all these RDA forces. To include, there is RNG in that there are some air assets, so some helicopters that can spawn and just be in the fucking air over there by where the objective is. Or, well, not where the objective is, but where the game wants you to follow the scent trail to get to the objective. So what I'm going to do instead is, because I already know where the objective is, I don't need to follow the scent trail. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the cliffside here, and I'm going to follow this all the way around to a waterfall. Once I get to that waterfall, I'm going to go up that waterfall, and immediately, just right there at the coast, I can land and then run in on foot. And I want to run in on foot because if I get the RNG where the helicopters spawn and they're patrolling, so they can either spawn and be stationary or they can spawn and patrol. If I get the one where they spawn and patrol, I have a low chance of them coming right by where this objective is, and then they could see me, right? And I don't want that as I'm flying on the Ikran. So I'm just going to come in on foot. I always take it very slow just to make sure I don't hit any kind of plants or something that do damage to me. But once I get up on this route right here, we should get pulled in the cutscene.
Easy.
Her into battle.
These children with their clever questions. Too many questions.
I have been out by the Waterway Valley.
What did I tell you? I had faith in you from the start. All grown up. Are you ready to look the part? Warrior of the people? Let this be a call to all clans that the Aranahe will not shy away from the fight.
Hey, the air quality just keeps on improving. Alex says there'll be more safe paths from...
Hey, the data you got from the radar network? They were probing everything in the Kinglor forest.
The map goes all the way into the deep crust. You can even see a few caves. It's beautiful.
Does it say what they were looking for?
No luck. We only got raw survey data. Could be minerals underground. By the way, when are you coming home? Alma wanted to talk to you about our new Navi friends.
I'll pass by soon to see you all. You're back!
Maybe the...
Alma?
That came from outside.
Gotta be smart with your firepower.
What's faster? Or my sensor?
Is this how you greet the sun? Make sure you...
Nassim seems like a fighter. How come she hasn't joined us before?
We had to prove our worth. Them as warriors. These Eswa can ride fast, but they do not like to wait for others. The wind in their grasslands is so sharp it can slice through mountains. It is a fierce land, so the Zeswa must be even fiercer.
It will be different. We're ready for the challenge.
You must go without your Ikran. She will not follow you into the grasslands.
Why not?
It is unknown sky to her, too far from her own. You must trust the bond, new as it may be. She will join you once we have learned more of the land and its challenges.
How will I travel then?
You will learn. And when you are ready, the Zeswa ancestors can show you the way. But for now, fly to the waterfall cliffs. There is a cave system that runs all the way up to the plains.
Alex says there'll be more safe paths for migrating animals now. We've even seen some older specimens coming back. I gotta say, it feels really good to know I won't have to witness yet another man-made extinction.
Hey, Solek. I'm nearing a really big RDA base. It's in the northern part of the Kinglor forest.
Avoid that place if you wish to live. There are more RDA at that base than Kinglor in the forest, and do not even try to get near it on Ikran. The anti-air turrets will shoot you down instantly.
Okay. I'll try to keep away from it for now. But what is this place anyway?
I do not know what the RDA are doing there. Priya or Talan.
That must be the cliff. Excuse me for a moment.
I do not know what the
I have to go on my own now, but I'll see you soon. The entrance to the cave.
I do not know what the RDA are doing there. Priya or Talan may fill you in on that part, but the RDA will crush you should you go there unprepared. It would be a waste after rescuing you from the cold sleep.
You must find a dire horse. Any will do. Our bond with them is short-lived. Move on. Be calm. Then make the bond.
That's it.
Get on and ride like a Zexlon. Ride the wind!
Delan, the Zeswatsai taught me to ride a dire horse.
No way! Did you name them already?
It's a little different. Bonding with them is only temporary.
Oh, well, it's still pretty cool though. How does it feel riding one?
Strong, powerful, but they don't turn like an Ikran does.
Guess they don't fly as well either.
No, but they make crossing these plains a lot faster. It's all so vast and open here. So different. That's it! I found it!
Want to see the plans complete? You must learn to relax. There is no reason to hurry like that.
Yes, fluid like the river. They complement each other even as they compete. Oh, to be that young again.
Do they ever get hurt? I wish I was as strong and fierce as your people.
Then you need to drink more Zak.
Sorry, I'll be right back.
I wrestled the Olo Egg Clan once. It was very good.
I wish I was as strong and fierce as your people.
Then you need to drink more Zakru milk. We boil it, curd it with thistles into fresh cheese, and leave it to cure with savory dry leaves. And with the way we brew zanke, the fire that brightens our celebrations. The legend says Zakru are stones made into beasts. Ever since the first Zakru offered us shelter, we have had music, joy, and merry. I have a surprise for you. But we need a gourd of fresh Zakru milk. Akurai should have one. There is something I must do across.
The Sarentu. Friend or stranger, you are welcome to have a ball. I just have to speak calmly. Yes, truth is always loud enough. Are you Sarentu? I cannot wait to tell my sister.
Ah, the milk. Just in time for your surprise. Go, pour it. Our feet. Ah, did you hear that? It means the sisters are back. Let us feast on cheese and zanke. We will toast on the return of Sarentu. But someone must raise the celebration. It is an honor your...
Celebrating means more dance.
All right, so the skills that I'm getting here really are just a means to an end. What I want is I want this scavenging expert skill. What that's going to do is every time I kill an amp and I run over their like body or whatever and I pick up ammo or whatever, it's going to give me a % chance to pick up a spare part. So it's just another way to get spare parts in more of a surplus than I would normally be able to get them.
One more to go.
With the Sarentu returning, what else is possible? It is good to be back in the herd. This kite calls in the storm of our... Now everyone will know.
Honestly, I couldn't find a use for this weapon. It felt pretty underwhelming, pretty underpowered. It felt kind of useless. So we will actually never use the spear thrower in this run because it's kind of bad. It's pretty terrible. At least from the testing I did. So forgive my running around here. I forgot that I couldn't call my Ikron yet. Like, literally, that's what I'm going to do right now, is get the ability to get my Ikron into this Highlands area. So, once you do this run enough, you start, it all kind of blends together, and then you, like, forget these minor things, and that's one of the minor things. I was like, why the hell is my Ikron not coming? And then I was like, Hayete, you're dumb, man. Like, You can't. You gotta go unlock it first. That's the whole point of what you're supposed to be doing right now. So yeah, challenge runner moment. Forgive me. Anyways, I don't think I've talked about this yet though. So the jumping that I'm doing in this game, jumping is actually faster than sprinting. And then side jumping, so if you were to look and kind of jump to the right or jump to the left, is the fastest way to move in the game. I don't really do those techniques a whole lot because it's not a speed run to me. I don't care how long it takes. But it is something that the speedrunning community uses a lot, and I just cool bit of information I wanted to point out there. I was trying to make up a little bit of time for me running around in a circle trying to call my Ikran when I couldn't do it, so.
Good to see you, girl. Delan? The RDA are up to something here. I'm going to check out some of their camps.
Are there Zakru there? They look huge. Nassim said they stick their tongue in the ground to eat.
They are huge, but very gentle. I think you'd like them.
I think I would. So let's keep the RDA away from them. I'll keep monitoring their channels.
All right, so for this first camp, this one's really consistent. Strategy-wise, the way the enemies kind of patrol the area, how the RNG works here, it's very, very consistent. What can be problematic is you can get RNG where wildlife will randomly be close enough that the RDA will start to engage them, and then obviously that pulls the RDA enemies out of position. Which can cause a problem, and then you kind of have to sit there and wait. But what I'm going to do is I come up the backside of the camp, which puts me on this ridge. And I want to kill this trooper, but I need to look and see what the orientation of the one under it is. So you can see there's one like right under him in front. So I'm going to wait for that guy to get all the way over to the left. I'm going to punch that guy so he doesn't fly off into the lower area. And then I'll kill the second guy. Now, once I kill that guy, there's going to be an RDA trooper that's going to patrol on this side. And so that's who I'm looking for. I saw him a second ago. Past Hayete, didn't see them. There you go. But this trooper right here, this is the one I'm looking for. The one that's closest to me right now. So once this one gets down to its the end of its patrol, it'll stop. We're just going to take him out. And then once that one's taken out, I'm going to take out this other one that's patrolling along the way, because that one would patrol back and see that this one is dead and then call people to alert, which I don't want to happen because of how I'm going to approach this. So now that those two are dead, these two amps will never move. So I can walk forward here. I'm going to go ahead and get the gearbox and then go ahead and get this, this hack off. Funny story, the heavy bow that I just got is literally the heavy bow that I will use for the entire game until the final mission. Because I got such bad RNG during this run that I never found a better heavy bow. So if that helps prove my point that I made earlier, that gear doesn't really matter in this game, you can pretty much take care of 90% of stuff with like whatever gear.
Know what Harding is doing, right?
Either way, she's trapping and killing animals just for profit.
Kaylan, are you playing with that old walkie-talkie again? Sorry. I must have bumped it. Why won't you let me get you a new one? One that actually works. It's just the way it feels.
The weight when I hold it. I don't know. It's just familiar.
All right, so for the second camp, this is another fairly consistent one. Basically, the way that I approach this is the same as the last one. It's going to be fully in stealth. We're going to kill a minimal amount of enemies, just enough for me to get into the position I need to get into to hack the object. So you'll see here to my left on a ridge, there's a guy standing there. That's where I need to get to. So I'm going to go up this ridge, and then to my like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, there's going to be another enemy standing on another ridge. You can see him there. I'm going to take this guy out and then go ahead and take this one out. Now I take this guy out with a punch. Usually this will keep him up here. I think later on he falls off. I can't remember, but maybe that was a different run. But once those two are dead, what I want to do is I want to run over to where I killed the first guy. And I want to just sit right up here. And by being up here, I'm elevated high enough that the amps can't see me, and then I'll have this line of sight to hack the object over here. Now, once the hack is complete, I want to move back to where I killed the second guy. Just need to make sure that the amps aren't looking my direction and that it's safe to do so. All right, so we're clear. We can run over.
We won't let that happen, Delan.
Okay, so now that we're back up here, I'm going to shoot the furthest away from me, the cage of the animal furthest away from me, and then the close one. And then I'm going to leave, just straight out the back. So once I get far enough away, we'll call in the Ikran and then move on to the final one.
Let's fly. Yeah.
All right, so for the final camp, this is actually the hardest of the three to do because there is no way like the other two to just walk into a position via stealth and hack the thing and be out of there. There's no way to do that. Additionally, I got bad RNG where as I come up on the camp, they're already engaging something, which means all of the enemies are going to be pulled away from where they would normally be at, which makes it harder. But the way that I normally approach this is I approach the backside similar to the very first camp. And there's generally two enemies, two ground troopers that would be right in front of me that I would need to kill. And then one that would be patrolling. So in this instance, I kind of just take in where everyone's standing. I see this guy's segregated. I take him out. And I assume that that guy is one of the three that I would normally need to kill. So I then see one of the three. I know for a fact this is one of them because he's standing in the exact spot that he should be. I kill that guy. I look at the enemies. I see that they're still engaging and I just go for it. What I'm doing is I'm trying to go get in position to hack the objective. However, I fucked this up. I should have shot the cage for the animal first, then done this. Because what's going to happen here is after I hack this, all of the enemies reset their default positions. So now they're like, okay, we shot everything, we killed everything, we did what we needed to do. Now everybody go back to your position. And so now I'm like, fuck, the enemies are coming back and I can't leave this position. I can't get out of this now. Because normally what I would do is I would shoot the animal cage and I'm getting spotted here. So I walk forward and pray to God this guy doesn't spot me when he walks all the way up. He sees the dead body, so I have to shoot him. I end up just taking the shot, which is bad. I shouldn't have done that. But I didn't want him to go into alert and then other people to go into alert and come by here and see me because right now I'm stuck. And as long as that guy doesn't go into alert, I still have options. But what I would normally do is I would shoot the animal cage and then I would hack the component and I would fast travel back. That's how I would get out of this position. I'm like, okay, well, I can't fast travel back. If I do that, then I have to come all the way back up here to shoot the cage for the animal. That's what I end up doing because these guys go into alert. And I tried way too late to fast travel out of this. Because they're now in alert, I'm like, okay, well, I'll wait and see if maybe they all drop combat and they return to their default spots. Or maybe I'll wait and see if there's an opening that I can just run out and get away and then, you know, come back and shoot the cage and then, you know, do my normal thing. That doesn't happen. I never feel in a position to where I'm like, okay, I can do this. Because there's a guy like right over my head. It's just, this was just a tragedy, man. I wasted so much time here just because I forgot the order of operations, so to speak. Simply because when I came up here, everybody was shooting and engaging, and I was like, all right, well, let's do it. And I didn't think to shoot the cage first. So anyways, what you're going to see here is eventually I'm going to give up on this. I'm going to say, okay, you know what? I can't get out of this. And I'm just going to fast travel back. That's what I keep doing here when I open the map. I'm like, should I fast travel? No, let me see what happens. But eventually I'm just going to fast travel out of here. I'll come back, shoot the cage, then fast travel back. So big time waster, but I wanted to explain what the hell I was doing because without context, I don't know that anybody would understand what the hell's going on right now. So yeah.
Ain't nothing here. That was strange. Larger than my imagination.
I wrestled the Aranahe Clan once. It was very brief.
The Sarentu. You look unwell, warrior. There is better armor than that to be found on the plains.
Oh, aye.
Someone should speak to her father.
Sarentu, join.
All right, so now what I'm going to do is I want to head over and get the final ancestral skill that I'm going to get in this run. Basically, I can't remember the name of the skill, but basically what it does, it gives me I think it's plus 30%, or maybe it's plus 30, I can't remember, but it gives me a big boost to stealth. And obviously the damage that I do while I'm stealthed. So I'm going to go get that. And then I'm going to unlock the fast travel point that's like right under it. And then go to the objective. However, I wanted to mention, as you cross this like lake or whatever, you get this scenario where it's like damned if you do and damned if you don't. So there's an Ikran that was to my right, like a wild one. And if I get too close to it, it will fly to me. It flies faster than your Ikran can fly. And it will one-shot you and just insta-kill you. So I have to like take a wide left. But in doing that, I always come close to these patrolling RDA transport units. Now, these aren't helicopter, like attack helicopters. They're like AMP transport units. So they see you, but they don't fire on you. But it's all like, even though I know that, it's always like a, I don't know. It always has your like butt clenched, man. You're like scared something random's gonna happen. Because they can fire on you. They just generally don't. Unless you engage them. So anyways, so now that I'm here, I'm gonna go ahead, get the fast travel point. Once I get the fast travel point, I'm going to fly straight up. And once I fly straight up, down and to my left will be where I need to enter the cave to get the ancestral skill. If I remember correctly, I got turned around here, man. Like really hard. Yeah. I was like, I don't know where to go. Where do I go? It's like literally right under me right now. But I went too far to the left, so I was like, this doesn't look right. Yeah, it was behind me. Anyways, we'll land here. I'm going to go get the ancestral skill. There's also a skill point plant in here, so I'll get that. And then once I get those two things, I'm going to fast travel back to where we just unlocked and then head to the objective.
Strike, then think.
but the Aranahe are...
You forget that
pretty scripted as well. Like all the other ones, there is some RNG to it that you kind of have to understand. So what I want to do is I want to take this high ground and I want to look towards the door we need to enter because there's going to be an enemy that I need to kill. It's going to be patrolling back and forth somewhere along that area. Once that guy's dead, I'm going to jump up here and then I'm going to move around to the roof. I'm going to turn back and I'm looking to take out 2 of the troopers here. So we're going to take both of those out. Then I'm going to move to the other side. Now here I'm going to have a trooper on the left that's going to path back and forth. And I'm going to have an amp that's going to path on the right side back and forth. What I need to do here is I need to hack and store the hack on the amp. And then what I'm going to do is kill the ground trooper. And then when the amp sees the dead body, he'll run over far enough away from where the other amps can see him that I'll be able to take him out. However, something very interesting is going to happen. And I'll talk to that in just a second. So I'm going to wait for this guy to get over to the left because that's where I want the amp to run. We take him out. This guy's going to walk down a little bit further. And then he'll turn around and walk back slowly. So what's going to happen, or what I want to happen here, is I want him to run to this body. I want to hit the hack, which will stun him, and then I'm going to go down and use the eject skill to pull him out. However, what you're going to see here is that there is a bug in the game, at least the version at the time of doing this run, where you can execute a hack and the game ignores it, just like that. So as soon as I see that that happens, I throw a stun grenade, I 180 so I don't get stunned, and then I use the eject skill. You have to be aware that that can happen on any amp that you attempt to do this on. It's unfortunate and it sucks and it's so fucking annoying when it happens and you lose a run because of it. Or your whole strategy gets screwed up because of it, which is about to happen right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hack both of these, and what the strategy is as I created it is I basically right now, because they're so close together, I execute both. But you see I executed both and only one of them took. So I had no choice but to go down and take this guy out. So now I'm like, okay, I don't know what to do. Now I'm just playing the game. There is no strategy. I'm just trying to hack this guy and get the hack to take. And if it doesn't take, then I'm going to have to stun grenade this guy and take him out. Now, the reason why I don't want to go into alert status here is because if I go into alert, obviously the enemies can shoot me. But that helicopter that's up there on the helipad will then take to the sky and becomes a problem. So luckily I was able to get through this, but that is 2 examples of a game mechanic just not fucking working, just breaking and not working, which is annoying. So anyways, I'm going to come back up here. I'm going to destroy that helicopter just to ensure that it cannot take to the air. And then we're going to proceed here. So we're going to go inside. There's going to be a box for us to get. There's going to be spare parts for me to get. And there's going to be an RDA roster in here all the way on the far left. So that'll be 3 of 5. Disgusting. And now we can proceed with the rest of the objective or the mission. All right, so I want to make sure that my sling is full on grenades. As we go into this next area, you will get pulled into alert status no matter what you do. And I hate that, but that's the reality of it. So as soon as this door opens, I'm going to throw a mine in preparation for the amp that's going to spawn. I'm going to move all the way over here, and I'm going to climb up into this crate. So as you, like, there's two things that can happen here. You either come in and you auto get pulled into alert, whether they see you or not, or you come in here, they're yellow, and even if you kill somebody and no one sees it, you'll automatically get pulled into alert. So no matter what you do, you're going to get pulled into alert. Now, the bomb that I set was supposed to be for the amp. Unfortunately, one of the guys wound up detonating it. It's whatever. It doesn't matter. The whole strategy here is just like every other strategy so far, which is wait for them to go into yellow status. Once they go into yellow status, then we can pick them off, rinse and repeat, right? The reason why I pulled the shotgun out and I shot was I was trying to bait them over. Sometimes you can make noise, like if you're loud, you shoot a gun or whatever. If you're loud, that will attract enemies over to your position. So I was trying to do that to bait someone into this bomb, but it didn't work. So now all I'm doing is waiting for them to go yellow. Once they go yellow, I'll kill whoever I have the opportunity to kill safely. All right, so I see the amp suits walking over. He blows up, almost dies. If I would have been faster here, I could have walked up and shot him through the crack in the door in the container. Again, I try to use the shotgun to pull him over to the bomb. It doesn't work. Which it kind of is what it is. Once I threw the bomb, I like walking up close to the bomb is dangerous because if someone comes and detonates it, then I could take splash damage from it. So you see there, I was trying to shoot through the crack. He just happened to move, so it is what it is. So again, I basically just enter into this situation where we're just going to wait for them to go yellow, and then I'll kill whoever I can kill. All right, so they go into yellow status. I'm going to go ahead and drop off. See who I can kill here. I thought maybe that guy was in my line of sight. He wasn't. This guy's walking back, so I just decided to shoot the amp and kill it. Honestly, the amp is the most dangerous one in here, especially because it's a pyro. So if I play it really, really bad, he could actually shoot in this container and hit me. Again, we're just going to wait for them to go yellow, and then we'll kill who we can kill. And then once we kill these two enemies, that's the last enemies, and then we'll finish everything out.
Nothing yet.
Still nothing. So far, so good. Continuing search.
I think the system just shut down.
Oh, right. Yeah. Sorry. There's a fail thing. You need to break that, and then reboot the whole thing.
Danger. The failsafe has been disengaged. Do not attempt to restart the system under any circumstances.
Galloping in unison.
Ready to ride? Hi, Solek. No, she retreated.
Then we shall make chase.
But her crew is still out there. They're looking for a place. Some kind of Zakru graveyard. The Weeping Gorge. I must warn Sosur. But her crew is still out there. They're looking for a place. Some kind of Zakru graveyard.
The Weeping Gorge? I've heard of its song. They say it's beautiful, but in a strange way. Nothing the Sky people would understand.
It's the tusks that hard...
When I took my burden, I wandered for many years. Danger was everywhere, but I did not give up.
Then I found Sasem and the others a good home, protection, and an important task. The Zakru remember, you know? Some still come here to mourn their dead. Our ancestors built the wind flutes for these Zakru, to soothe their grief. The flutes care for the Zakru, and we must care for the flutes. With time, their strings tend to get loose. That is why they sound like a wailing, as you put it. The tuning stick helps give them back some tension. Give it a go. Very good, very good.
It's the tusks that Harding wants.
Before?
To sell us. It's mysterious. It's the tusks that Harding wants. To sell as trophies.
Humans never cease to surprise.
All right, so the way that I approach these three different flutes is a little backwards from, I guess, the way the developers want you to do it. For this first one, I'm gonna do a little bit of a skip. It's not a big skip, but just a little bit of a skip. I'm gonna go over to the left here and stand up on this like raised area and just jump over. That saves a little bit of time, a little bit of running around.
With the wind, but they're out of tune. So it sounds like the gorge itself is wailing.
I wish I could see that.
We could come back. All of us together. When this is over.
Maybe we could.
So for the second flute, I'm actually going to do this in the reverse. So you're supposed to go through kind of like this path that takes you through these poison plants, and you're supposed to time jumps and things like that. What I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to go up the way you're meant to exit from the second flute. Now, I need to be careful here because there are enemies in the area. And their RNG can put them here, it can put them downstream. But regardless, I'm going to go up just like you saw there. I'm going to make that jump up that ledge. And that'll actually get me to the back side of this flute. We come up and we'll have access to the flute without having to go through all of the danger of potentially hitting a spore or mistiming something and taking damage. Now, as I go towards the third flute, I think the way you're meant to do this is to go through the RDA forces that are going to come into the area. I don't do that. I've never done, like, even on my first playthrough, I didn't do that. On my first playthrough, I found this way to go up, and I've used it ever since. So again, I don't think it's developer intended, simply because like the other ones, I'm kind of going up the side of a cliff, and I don't think they necessarily meant you to do that. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to leap over to this vine. And this can be a little dangerous because if you miss this, you'll fall straight down on these prickly thorns or whatever, and you'll take damage. So once I get up here, I'm just going to go and scale this side of this cliff. And that'll pull me right up to where we would exit the third flute. So again, I don't think that's intended. I think you're supposed to come up the side that I'm looking at right now, but that's how I've done it since my first playthrough, and I like it, so. But anyways, once we get that flute done, basically it's just moving on. There's no more enemies to deal with now, so it's just moving on and hitting the story beats and then progressing with the mission.
The musician's cave. I should hear the song from here if I concentrate. The wind. It's singing.
Hey, I'm picking up radio chatter from the upper plains. On Harding's frequency. They have been tracking an animal. And a flying warrior. Is that you?
No, it must be Minang. I'll go. Which animal are they tracking?
I don't know for sure. Sending you coordinates.
Not... Oh no! Minang! Basuk! Wake up! Wake up! Good to see you, Kemet. Yeah. Alma, can you hear me? Harding's troops. They killed one of the Zakru.
But you're safe, aren't you?
It's not about that. The Zeswa will have revenge. Minang wants the resistance to join the attack.
There are allies, of course. We'll be there.
They are no match for us in the open.
All right, so this is where we're going to get the short bow. The short bow is actually really powerful. In fact, I leveraged this weapon pretty much from now until the end of the run. My standard loadout for the most part is heavy bow, short bow as a backup, shotgun, and then the sling staff. So this is going to be the first big like I don't want to say like event, but this is kind of like a gauntlet of things. Like we've cleared RDA facilities before. This is another RDA facility, but this is like a major RDA facility. So there is a lot to go through here. There's a lot that goes into this part of the game as far as strategy goes. I'll try and elaborate on all those, but some of this stuff does move quickly, so if I don't get around to all of it and anyone has any questions about anything, definitely leave it in the comments and let me know. So as we approach this, you want to watch the right side. You can see there's prickly thorns there. We don't want to walk over those and take damage. Now I'm going to approach this facility in a very specific way. And that's going to be from, like, if you were to pull up the map, it's like the bottom part of the facility. And I think direction-wise, it's south. So what we're going to do is I'm going to approach this broken fence. You can see there's a hole in it. And I want to look to make sure that the amp that patrols past this isn't here. As long as he's not immediately here in this area, I'm just going to run through. I'm going to move all the way to the back wall here where these tanks are, and then cut a hard right and follow this wall all the way around to these boxes. Now, once I get in this position, there's always going to be an RDA trooper either pathing towards me or away from me. We're going to take that guy out. Then I'm going to go up these crates to get to the catwalk above. There should be one more RDA pathing around here somewhere. So there they are. We'll take them out. And now I'm just going to run straight down where I killed that guy, all the way to the end. Now you can hear the RD, like the amp on my left. Basically that amp is going to walk right down here and then turn around and walk away. Once it turns around, we'll be free to drop down and move forward. And that's how you can get into this facility very, very easily and very quickly without too much issue.
Okay, I'm in.
Fight well and join us in victory.
All right, so I want to go ahead and make sure I know where things are here. There is a bit of RNG where the amp and one of the soldiers can actually swap spots and patrol paths. So I want to make sure that's not happening. This is the preferred, I guess, position for these. So I'm going to go ahead and store a hack on this amp. As he turns around, I'm going to look for the trooper. He should be already up there. So this is a little unusual that he's all the way down here, but I'm going to go ahead and take him out. And then I'm going to wait. I'm going to hack the amp as soon as he turns around. This will allow me to go forward and use the eject skill to take care of him. Then what I want to do is I want to turn around, get the short bow, and we're going to take these two guys out. There's one and there's two. So before I continue with the objective, I want to go ahead and clear out the other side. And the reason for that is because if I do the objective, it's going to cause an explosion, which will cause them to hear me. So what I was going to do was I was going to hit the weak spot on the amp and blow it up. And the only reason I was going to do that was because the ground troopers are spread so far from him that they wouldn't see it. However, he turned around too quick. So I'm going to go ahead and do that now. Then what I need to do is quickly move forward because I see that one of the RDA troopers is pathing this way. So there he is. I see that he sees it. I'm going to go ahead and take him out. And then we just have to take out this last guy. And then I can blow these generators. Now on this side is similar to the other side. It is random RNG where you can get the amp that'll be on the other side, like on the far side, and the trooper that'll be on the close side. It doesn't really matter. You just have to approach it slightly different where you'll know where that amp is going to path through, and then you'll kill the RDA soldier off of that patrol path. That way the amp never sees it. And then basically you kill the ground troopers and then you can kill the amp. So it does slightly change the strategy, but not by a lot. Something to note here, once you hit the switch on the generator, even though there is gas, like that poison gas there, its effect on you immediately goes away. So I think it's coded such that once you pull that, the gas no longer interacts with your player character. All right, so we want to go ahead and hit this guy in his weak spot. I just need to make sure that there's no troopers that are close enough to see it. So I made sure of that before we did it when I was pinging everybody. So now I just want to go up and take these guys out. I want to take all of these guys out, preferably before I take out the amp. So I'm going to take out the guy in the back because he's furthest away. I need to take out this guy. And then I need to move across to the other side quickly because the amp might see the body of the second guy that I shot. So I thought that wasn't going to happen. And I was like, oh, okay, cool, you know, whatever. And then as I was moving up to get in position to hack this guy, I noticed that he saw him. So I had to respond here quickly. I don't want him to go into alert and come after me. So I just threw a stun grenade. Make sure I turn my back so I don't get the effect from it, and then we use the eject skill to take him out. Alright, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go grab some of the loot that's in this area. We've got a chest up here, and then I'm going to top myself off again on the grenades and on arrows. And then I want to move back around towards the exit. And before I interact with the generators to take care of that objective, I'm just going to throw a single mine down in front of this door. So once I get done with the generators, we'll have 2 ground troopers that'll come out of this door. And they'll just immediately die from the grenade, which is what I want.
The injectors are down, Talan.
Alright, so there's the troopers, and they're dead.
They've nicknamed it the Tick. Yikes.
Alma, I'm heading deeper into the base now.
Alright, we're going to grab this gearbox. Now this one, if I remember correctly, is always the same thing. Like every time you play the game, it'll always be this exact piece of gear.
What's happening out there?
I think we surprised the
Or at least that gear type.
There sure are a lot of RDA though.
Alright, so we're going to run up on these 2 guys. I'm going to shoot the furthest one and then punch the second. As I enter the area here, we're going to have a locked box. This is always going to have a shotgun in it, if I remember correctly. So we definitely want to go ahead and get this. The shotgun's going to be pretty useful here towards the end of this RDA facility mission or whatever. Now, as I enter this area, I want to go ahead and swap over to the sling. And there's going to be a door down to the lower left. I want to go ahead and throw a grenade right in front of that. And then I want to wait until it explodes. So that takes care of the first amp. And then I want to remine it in preparation for wave 2. So wave 1 is the amp and 3 troopers. Once I kill these, God, I don't think it's all 3. I think it's 1 or 2 of them. Then the next wave spawns. I could be wrong about that. I can't remember, but once I meet a prerequisite, the next wave will auto spawn in, and there will be an amp that comes in through that door again. So that second grenade will take care of that. So all I need to do is basically initiate the area with that grenade, then re-grenade it, and then all I have to do is worry about ground troops. And for the most part, these ground troops just come one at a time, and basically I sit in this position and just shoot them with a longbow. or the heavy bow. You do have to be a little careful about the way that you deal with them. So that explosion right there. So I guess once you kill the first guy, that then starts wave 2. So we'll hit that guy as he's running. And this is basically how I'm going to deal with all of them. I think at the very end, I end up having to move all the way up because one of them gets stuck. His AI just stops working and he doesn't move forward anymore. So I have to like go up there and kill him. But for the most part, the most dangerous thing here is allowing them to see you and moving into their line of sight, instead of you kind of being prepared and them moving into your arrow, into your line of sight, which is ideally what you want. Because they are in red status, it does give the AI a chance to shoot at you. It gives them a chance to basically know where you are through walls, which is one of the frustrations I mentioned earlier with the AI in this game. So you just have to take it really slow and make sure that you're not trying to do too much too fast. Otherwise, you'll get punished for it. So yeah, I think it was this guy that just got stuck and didn't move. Because normally one at a time, they'll flow from right to left. Yeah, he went back and then just never moved again. And I think right over here is where he gets stuck and he just stands there. So I tried moving forward to re-engage the AI. Because for whatever reason, they're like omnipotent. They know where you are through walls and everything. If you move around in an area, that will kind of swing their AI sometimes. So that you can get them. Maybe I was wrong. I guess I was wrong. Okay, I was wrong. I was thinking of a different attempt then. But I have had several times where I have to like actually come up here and shoot them because they get stuck.
Ancestors and Eywa.
All right, so this section is the second hardest section in the entire facility. Simply because of how many enemies spawn. Now, the enemies will stop spawning here as soon as the amps are dead. It's killing the amps safely that is the difficulty. And generally what occurs is I might get one amp dead, but then I can't get the other one dead because then I have to prioritize the soldiers running in on me. So I placed the grenade at the door. That's for two reasons. One, in case an amp just happens to walk by and get free damage on it. And then hopefully take it out with a second one quickly. The second reason is if I get into alert status, which is very probable, then when the troopers start to try to come into the room, it'll blow them up. But essentially the strategy here is try to take out the amps. You know, this guy's loud when you take him out, right? So like when I shoot this guy, everyone's gonna know it. Same with the pyro unit that's in there. Everyone's gonna know it. So it's almost impossible to take those out quietly unless like one of the amps is just completely on the opposite side from where the troopers are. All right, so as these troopers walk in, I'll take out one. Then I need to move forward again, remine, go ahead and tag the new ones. Okay, that takes out that second trooper. I need to go remine, and it's going to be a rinse and repeat of this until I have the opportunity to take out the amp. Okay, so that takes out those two. We're getting two more that come in, so I'm going to go ahead and tag those. Go ahead and mine the entrance, move back to safety. So they're coming in staggered now. They're one at a time, so you need to be aware of that and just move quickly up to remine that position. Went ahead and tagged the new ones that spawned in. Now, they're not infinite. There is only so many that will spawn. I can't remember how many waves of them there are, how many pairs. But they are finite. So now that I'm in yellow status, I can move forward now and try to take things out. What I want to do is take out the amp. but I need to ensure that none of these guys are going to walk up to me and see me. So I'll go ahead and take that guy out because he was already moving towards my location. The second trooper is just like stuck over there on his own. I was going to shoot him and take him out, but I couldn't see him. So at this point, it's like, all right, I think it's safe enough. It should be able just to take out the amp. So I'm going to take this angle, throw a bomb, that'll take out the amp. I'm going to go ahead and move back just in case this guy doesn't despawn. He should despawn. And there it was. He just despawned. I don't think I saw it. So I was like being a little hesitant and just taking my time to double check. So now that everyone's dead, we're going to go in and deal with these pipes. And the way that I want to deal with this is from the back to the front. But before I do that, I want to go ahead and mine this door because this is our exit. And once we blow up all the pipes, there's going to be one exo amp that comes out of that door. And I want him to just insta-die. So we'll mine that door. Then I'm going to use the bow and just hit these in reverse as I'm backing out.
All that poison in the air. Must be careful.
All right, so as soon as I hit this last one, I'm going to line of sight to the right, just in case this mine doesn't fully kill him. He's fully dead. Now I can move on.
I destroyed all the pipes.
Only production left, but that will be really well defended.
They're locking down the base. How is it out there?
The RDA's brought in air support. I need to go.
Harding angered the wrong clan. Alma, Mercer called Harding. He's furious at her for drawing her Deswa here. He made her pull back.
Well, that's excellent. The more they fight each other,
All right, so as I drop in here, I'm going to go forward and grab this RDA roster. So that'll be 4 of the 5 that we need for the end of the game.
facility, yes. I'm sure of it.
This terminal is really acting. Look.
What's that?
I don't know, but this thing just dumped out a bunch of data.
All right, so now it's on to the hardest section in this area and the final section in this area for the most part. So as I approach the big gate here, I want to move all the way to the right side of it. Make sure I'm crouched. And there's going to be 4 amps in here. That first amp that I tagged is the first one we're going to kill. And he's the only one that I'm going to kill in this area with a bow. And the reason for that is just because he moves and stands in a very easy, consistent way to get that shot to insta-kill him. The other ones are a little iffy in the way they position relative to how I would have to approach them. So I have to take a slightly different like strategy approach to get them dead. So as soon as this guy comes back, he's going to stop. We'll get him with a headshot. Then what I want to do is I need to go ahead and grab my hacking tool and I need to move forward. And what I need to do is on the left and the right, there are 2 units that are patrolling kind of up to the top of the stairs, down the stairs, symmetrical on both sides. What I want to do is I want to hack them as they're coming down the stairs. However, this is very difficult because you have such a small window of opportunity to pull it off. So you can see I got it to pop twice there, but I couldn't get it to complete because of how fast he was moving and line of sighting out of my available range for the hack. So I moved over to this guy. I actually get this one off. I'm going to go ahead and store the hack. And then when this guy gets to the bottom of his patrol route, he'll stop moving. So I'll go ahead and execute that one, move in, and we'll take him out with the eject skill. So that's what I need to do on the other one, on the other side. However, this second one is a little bit trickier because there's nothing I can really stand on like there was with that one. Like, I can stand on these boxes, but it puts me, like, at the wrong angle, and then I can't get the hack. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to move forward, and I'm going to hack this guy as he stops. I guess I played it really, really safe this time around. Or maybe I was thinking I could get him on the upside of this ramp. And I didn't. Yeah, not even close. The issue with this area is, like, you literally only have, like, one chance. Like, if you mess this up, you're going to take damage no matter what, because there's, like, the amps are shooting at you from a position of, like, from high ground. And that position overlooks basically everywhere that you would sit. So anyways, I move up here as he turns. I'm going to go ahead and hack him. If I can get it to work. There we go. So I'm going to store the hack. I'm not going to go ahead and execute it immediately. I'm going to store the hack. I'm going to play it safe. Wait for him to patrol all the way back down. And the reason I have to engage when they're down on the ground level is because of that amp that patrols up there with them.
Weather's nice and clear. At least it's not raining.
All right, so now that he's moving back down, it'll be just like the last one I took out. Once he gets to where he's about to stop, we'll just execute the hack and go and take him out with the eject skill.
Wait, what's happening?
All right, so now that this guy's out, there's one left, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to run all the way to the opposite side. It's simply because of, like, where he is in his patrol path. So just from experience, I know that he's on the far side path. So I'm just going to wait for him to come back over here. Once he comes back over here, then we'll deal with him.
These blues are almost too easy to kill. All the animals here freak me out.
All right, so as he approaches me, I want to make sure I'm standing kind of at like a 45-degree angle from where he's going to end up stopping. I'll have cover from the wall, and then I'm just going to throw a stun grenade, move in, and use the eject skill to take him out. All right, so now that they're all dead, what I need to do is I need to go bomb 3 gates. So basically, it's every gate on this back wall on the 2nd level. So in this first wave, I'm only going to get 2 amps that are going to come out. They're going to come out of this door I'm mining, and then the one symmetrical to the other side. So not the one in the middle. And what I need to do now is I need to go shoot these 4 like gas pipes or whatever. And once I shoot the 4th and final one, that's the trigger that will then call the amps in. All right, that's 3 of 4. And so as soon as I shoot this last one, that's when we'll get the amps coming in.
Got the pipes.
All right, so there they are. They just exploded. So now what I need to do is I need to go remine those doors, because on this next wave, I'm going to have amps come out of all 3 doors. Now, I do want to say this. We are about to take damage. This is unavoidable damage, and it's developer scripted. I couldn't find any way to deal with it other than to just take it. So because of that fact, it does not count against me. Simply because once I turn this valve, we're going to get some explosions and gas is going to start filling this lower level area. and there's just not enough time to get out of it without taking damage. So we will take damage here, but this damage is allowed because it is not avoidable. So as soon as I turn this, we're going to get the amps behind us coming in and the gas damage. All right, so what I want to do is immediately move over here so I can stop the damage coming in. I'm going to go ahead and mine this just to be safe. It's kind of just like a security thing. Because the gas should kill the other amp because it's an exosuit. All right, so now I'm going to move to the top level. The top level, we don't have to worry about the gas doing anything to us because it hasn't reached that high yet. So what I need to do now is go remine the doors. And that's going to be all 3 of them. Because the next wave of enemies is going to be the 2 doors left and right, not the middle one. But we're going to go ahead and mine all 3 of them. All right, so now we just have to repeat what we did earlier. I have to go and shoot 4 more of these pipes. I'm going to move down the stairs here to the left so I can hit this 3rd one. Probably should have done this from the other side since it was a little bit closer that way, but... All right. Now we're going to move up to pipe 4-4, and as soon as I hit that, we'll get the amps coming in and they should explode. All right, so there we go. So now what I need to do is I need to remine this. Because again, as soon as I turn the valve, we're going to get amps coming in through all 3 of these doors. And we're going to get more gas. However, this time, I'm not going to immediately run out when the gas happens because I need to remine these doors before I leave the area. Because once I do the next objective after the valve, we're going to get pyro amps that come out of all 3 of these doors. Now, pyro amps are damage resilient, so they take more of a beating than like the other amps. So what I need to do is I need to put 2 mines on each door. So you're going to see I'm going to do that. So there's 2 on that door. We'll do 2 on this one, 2 on the 3rd one. Now we need to do this really quickly because the gas damage actually ticks pretty hard. And I don't want to have to heal twice if I don't have to. So I'm going to throw that just as a security, as like a backup in case one gets through. I need to move all the way out. In fact, I think I need to drop over the rail. I'm just waiting for the RDA troopers under me to stop moving. And so when I drop down here, now the gas damage will stop. At some point. Okay, there we go. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to mark them all. I'm going to throw a stun grenade, which should kill most of them. And then I'll just go down and kill whatever's left. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and heal up and resupply grenade. And then also resupply arrows and whatever else I need to. Ammo, whatever else I need to. Basically this corner right there would give me that. But I guess for whatever reason I decided I didn't need it. So as soon as I get done hacking this, we should get the amps coming in. Boom, there they are. And they should all be dead. So you can see there was one of the bodies falling down there. So I just wanted to make sure that they're dead. When I completed the hack, it sucked all the gas out of the room. So there shouldn't be any more gas here, and we should be clear to go through the entire thing. All I need to do now is destroy these 4 vents, and then we can leave the facility. So once I destroy this one, we're going to drop down. We're going to like exit the facility. And similar to this room, as I'm exiting, there is a room where we're dropping down through some pipes where we are going to take gas damage. And there's nothing you can do to avoid that. In fact, Solek actually mentions it in the dialogue. So this is another instance of allowable damage that does not count against me because I can't avoid it. So right here, as we drop down, you can see I'm taking damage. And then once I slide through there, it stops. So it's just that room where we're dropping down where that happens. So I went ahead and healed that damage. I try to keep, like, when we take force damage, I try to just heal it. Because the way that I guarantee, like, not guarantee, but like double check and guarantee that I didn't take damage. Like if I'm like, oh dude, did I take damage there? What I'll do is I'll mash the heal button. And if it heals, I took damage. But if I'm at 100% HP, then it won't heal me. So that's my check. So I always want to be at 100%. That way I always have a way to check whether I took damage or not. But anyways, that's it. That's that facility cleared without taking damage where possible.
And a pretty bad one for the RDA.
Not the greatest for Harding's trophy hunting scheme. Come, let's join the others.
From this solid world to Eywa, alive in her, never forgotten. Our memories entwined like the threads of a song cord.
The Zeswa must now be
Welcome back!
Hey, how's it going? I've just set up some... Thanks for your help with them.
Hey, it's Billy.
You know, I think I get...
Enjoying the part.
I think you just ate too much of it. Ah, here you are.
Oh, this one is actually pretty good.
Not too spicy?
Now that you mentioned it, there is some... Oh, that's hot! I feel funny.
Don't worry. The dizziness wears off after a while. You created a bond with the Zeswa. Their strength will be crucial moving on.
Wow. Hello. Good to see you again.
I think they like my... Don't take such a big bite! Too late. Ah!
Do you need some water?
No. I'm fine. But why? Why is it crackling in my mouth?
Don't worry. That's totally normal.
That was...
Sorry to interrupt the celebrations, but I need to talk to you about something.
Is everything okay?
Yes. I'm outside on the observation platform.
Okay, on my way.
Look at you. You seem...
Where am I? How did I get here?
Hey, it's me. Mercer and Harding grabbed us both back at HQ, but
I'm gonna find us a way out.
Billy? Billy Nash, is that you? But how?
I can't hear you, by the way, so save the emotional reunion for later, yeah? Hold on. Okay, I'm getting you out of here, buddy. Cell door should be unlocked any second. Now, get out of here! Come find me, I'm in the security room. Hurry! Hey, stop! Grab that radio, then we can talk for real.
Billy, is that you? Where are the others?
It was chaos. I didn't see anyone else. Mercer and Harding found us in the wreckage.
But how are you doing all this if we've been captured by Mercer?
Skills. I managed to convince them that I wanted back in on the winning side. And now here I am, saving you. Also, I used to work here, if you must know. Anyway, keep moving. Stay out of sight and meet me at the security room.
If anybody crosses me, they'll be sorry.
Finally, you're here. Now listen, it's Billy Knows Best Day, so do what I say and we'll get out of this place alive. We've got ants everywhere. I know you're big and blue, but try and get past guards undetected. Let me just hack this door for you. That should be it. Nice. See? Taking your cues from me is working out for you. Right, so this next bit is gonna be tricky.
Not now. Amp's right below me.
I'm gonna put your mouth shut.
Kinda nice they don't have war crimes here, huh?
Hey, bad news. Real bad. Picked up some radio chatter that this place is tracing the Resistance Samson.
Can't we warn them?
There's no time. This whole place is an aircraft hangar. Ships are primed and ready to shoot anything out of the sky at a moment's notice. We've got to take this place out.
I'm with you on that. What do we do?
Checking. Cooling system, maybe? Oh, yeah. I'm a genius.
Feel like sharing?
Without the cooling system, this place will hit critical in no time. And with the amount of aircraft fuel on site, it'll blow. Central ventilation system is signposted. You should find it easy.
The resistance is dead. The resistance disgusts me. Careful. Shut your mouth. Must be getting a new shipment of grunts right about now. Ain't nobody wants to hear that.
It's working.
Okay, great. You know, this would be a lot easier with my gear.
I'm on it. Never doubt me. Now, follow signs to the ventilation room. I just hacked the door open. Light should be blinking.
It's locked.
I gotcha. 1 sec.
Billy, am I going the right way?
I see you. I thought I could shut down that ventilation fan. Perfect way to sneak out of here. You're gonna have to hack it directly. Good news is, I think I found your gear.
That is good news.
Just looking now. Yep. You need to access the air shaft above you, and that crawl space will drop you right in the gear stash. You are welcome.
I can't reach that.
Wait a sec. I gotcha. Try now? Look at that! I did it again! Oh yeah!
Are you doing the victory dance? Got it.
Nice. Now, get back to the ventilation room and let's hack that bad boy.
What? When you gave me up to save yourself?
Yeah. I'm sorry. It was really shitty.
All right. So for this room, basically what we're going to do is mine basically this left side. So that left door, this left door, and then that's pretty much it. So I'm going to move here. And we're going to go ahead and after Mercer gets done with his dialogue, that's when the ambush will start. And basically what's going to happen is we're only going to get amps out of the door that I'm looking at that I just mined, and then troopers out of this door. So as soon as that blows up, I want to throw a grenade back there because we'll get another wave soon. And then I'm basically just going to focus on the amp door. It's best practice here, I think, to double mine this because of how basically the angle that you're at and you're throwing the mines and the way that they drop and then the way that the amps come out. It's better to just, make sure that you're double mining it so they insta-die. Right, so I'm going to go ahead and remine that one and then we'll double mine this one again. I do want to say when you mine this, you want to make sure that you're far enough away from the explosion because the explosion can hit you from up here. I'm actually almost certain you don't need to mine that last door. I think there's no more troopers, but I always mine it just to be certain. Like, you never know when you might have a lapse in judgment. Oh yeah, there's no more waves. And then one comes out and you get shot in the back or something. So, but basically once I get to this point, we're almost at a minute. I know that there's no more waves. And once this dialogue happens, there are no more waves. So I'm just going to go around and pick up the grenades. And then I'm going to stack on the exit door. So when the timer goes out, that door right across from me, loading bay 2, will have amps come out of it. And then on the far back corner of that door, there's a small door where 2 ground troopers will come out. However, because this door opens so fast, and once you get inside of the room, it closes immediately, I don't need to worry about bombing those doors or fighting them or anything like that. Simply because I'll get into this room and the door will close before any of those enemies can do anything. So as soon as this countdown is done, it's basically run, slide, and I want to go towards the right. The reason I want to go towards the right is because the enemies are on the right, so I want to line of sight them as much as possible using the door that's going to be closing. So here we go. I'm holding forward, I'm holding sprint, and I go through. I'm over to the right, and you can see the door closes. They can't do anything. So I'm just going to wait until the door fully closes before I go over here and get the spare parts box, and then I can move on.
Mercer and Harding just evacuated. But at least we'll take out the fleet before they get to the Resistance.
Yeah, that was close.
Keep going as fast as you can. This place is about to go kaboom.
Where will I meet you?
I'm afraid it's last call for Billy, kid.
But what are you talking about?
I have to override the last stage of the cooling system manually. I won't make it in time.
I'm coming back for you. Stall it until I get there.
If we wait, everyone we know dies. Once I hit this command, you've got like 20 seconds to get the hell out of there. I know you try and be a hero.
Alright, so as soon as we drop down here into the water, I'm basically going to be moving for the right side of the, I guess, the coastline or whatever. The shoreline. And I want to hug this, like, coastline for this river. Or this stream until I get to where I see this log or this tree that's bent down. We're going to take this tree up to the bigger tree, and then I'm going to use this tree basically to get to the other side and escape. This is the most consistent and the fastest way to escape the area that I found. And I'm almost certain this is developer intended just simply because of the way things are laid out. So I'm almost positive this is how you're supposed to do this. So once we get to about right here to this big tree, we should get the prompt for escaping the RDA. And now I'm just going to follow this up to the top of, I guess, the waterfall. There's like multiple waterfalls here, but to the top of this second one anyways.
Hello? Priya? Are you there?
And what I'm doing is I'm looking for wildlife here because there is the possibility for there to be like thanators or whatever they're called just like hanging out around here. So just want to make sure they're not there and I like climb up the waterfall cliff or whatever and they're in my face. Because I have had that happen before and that was the scent trail right there.
Long story, but
okay. So once I get up here, what I'm looking for now is I'm looking for, on the map, it just calls it computer terminal. But it's basically like an abandoned RDA site or something. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down here. I'm going to grab this spare parts box. And then there's a locked box in here that generally has a shotgun in it. That's usually what I get. I think this time around, RNG screwed me and gave me an assault rifle. But usually I get a good shotgun out of it. And I don't think I do this time around.
Elan? It's me. Elan, are you there? Are you injured? Elan, talk to me. Where are you? I can come and bring you back to the Resistance.
No, not there.
Okay.
And yep, it gave me an assault rifle. We will like literally never use the assault rifle in this run, so not to say the assault rifle is a bad weapon. It's just
Everyone's worried about you, Elan.
it's not needed. And it literally not needed in the story at all. So
You can't blame yourself.
but pretty much now what we're doing is just I'm gonna run a predetermined path to the Resistance headquarters and we'll continue.
Radio. He told me we could be together again, like a family. And so I told him when the party was happening.
Wait, Mercer? You told Mercer things about us?
He needed to know when to arrive, so he could keep the soldiers away.
Let me come get you.
No. I don't belong there anymore. I have nobody now.
Talon! Talon!
Hey, Priya told me you're alive. I can't believe it. Are you okay?
Yes, I'm good. I'm on my way to you. How are you?
Copy. Just about. But have you seen Talon? Of course you haven't.
I just spoke to him, actually.
You did? Is he hurt?
No, but he told me something. Talon's been talking to Mercer this whole time. He told Mercer about the party. I guess Mercer saw it as the ideal time to strike. Nella?
I'm here. And just... all this death and pain. Why would Talon do that?
He thought Mercer was going to protect us. Mercer could always manipulate Talon.
We're not kids anymore. But I know he found strange comfort in Mercer's regiment. His way of surviving the violence that tore us down. The adjustment to freedom. The resistance. It was hard for all of us. I should have known it would hit Talon harder.
You are not to blame, Rinella.
I should have seen the signs.
None of us saw it.
But if I had just talked to him...
And said what? Don't listen to Mercer? We all know how that would go.
We have to find him.
I think we should give him some space. He'll come back when he's ready.
Maybe you're right. We can talk when you get here.
There you are.
It's so good to You made it.
If I stop to think, too many grim memories will overtake my mind.
I am so glad you're safe. But I need a word. Hey.
Alma! Is she...
Hey there. I don't mean to meddle, but I'm worried Renella's taking on too much.
Have you asked Marlene about it?
At least you made...
I heard you were back.
Will I ever feel truly nothing?
There's no one here.
I don't think anyone has been there for a long time.
Do you think they are gone? The Kamatira?
They can't be. Not them too. They must be out there. Somewhere.
What could have happened to make them leave this place? I'd wait for them if I could. But the others need help. I can't find it on foot. I need my Ikran. Nor?
Did you find it?
Yeah. It looks abandoned at first glance, but there's a fire still lit.
Strange. Someone must be still using it then. Take a closer look. It's the best we have at this point.
Must be the place. A kametire was here. A healer making something by the fire. They left recently. Those parts, they fit together. An animal scare. The weight of the water pivots the arm. It makes a noise as it drops. Something's out there in the fog. A kametire healer was here not long ago. I could fix the animal scare. Maybe the
All right, so there is a better way to do this section. I just don't like to do it. Or I guess not a better way, but a faster way. So when we come out of this cutscene, what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw a stun grenade. I'm going to 180 and I'm going to go up this cliff and get on top of this big mushroom to my right. Now you can't stay on this mushroom. You have to get on this mushroom. Otherwise, the Thanator will come up here and actually hit you through the surface. Even though I can't see you, it will still hit you. The faster way to do this is to get the shotgun, put stun rounds in, and then shoot it that way. The issue that I have with that is that because we're so under geared, and depending on RNG, like for example, earlier I was supposed to get a really good shotgun in that chest and I didn't. I got an assault rifle. If I would have gotten the shotgun, we could have done it. But you run the risk at this point where I don't have that upgraded shotgun, you run the risk of not doing enough damage, and then you're in the process of reloading and it hits you. And because there's no dodge in this game, you don't want to be in a situation where something's running at you and you can't do anything. So this is the backup strat. This is the longer way of doing it, but this is by far the safest way to do it because the Thanator literally cannot get to you. It just takes forever because you don't, like, my bow is so under leveled right now. If you remember when I got this bow, I told you guys, hey, funny thing, this is the only heavy bow I get the entire game until the last mission. So, I'm going to be dealing with this the entire time. But anyways, all I'm doing is I'm staying up on the mushroom where it can't get me. And then whenever it gets stuck, like its AI will move to that default position it was a second ago. And it'll get what I call stuck. It's not really stuck. It's just sitting there because it can't find me. I'll drop down to the mushroom below where it can see me. And then its AI will re-engage and it'll start pathing over to me. It'll do this stupid loop-de-loop thing. And then it'll get quote-unquote re-stuck again. So just like that. So now I have to drop down. Drop down, Hayete. I'll do it eventually, I promise. Sometimes you can get them to unstick up here. I think that's why I'm doing that, but yeah, so I move forward, I see that he nudges, and then I'm right back up to the top. And so we're just going to keep doing this until he's dead. And then move over to the next objective. So nothing else to say here. It'll just be this on repeat until we kill him.
Impressive.
No Kuru. Should take a closer look. Focus. Are you hurt?
No.
A Sarentu. Never seen a They have felt our claws now.
Be it. Anufi's place.
Hey, what? Are you lost?
Ah, that's it. Must find the others. That plant barrier. Like the one at the rookery. Sounds like that was it. Nor?
I'm here. Did you find them?
I just spoke to the Tsai Kanufi. It wasn't easy.
I told you they're reclusive.
It's not just that. There's something more going on here. She's confused. She thinks she killed the Sarentu. Can that be true?
That doesn't make any sense. What else did she say?
Just that she can't help us and that we're lost in the fog. I don't know.
Perhaps they're hiding something.
Nobody wants to help me. They all seem afraid.
Why did Alma say we couldn't trust them? The Kamitire were always good to us. It doesn't feel right. There must be another Kametire healer. Or someone.
There's Anufi's guardian. She helped me earlier. I'll see what I can find out. Why wouldn't Anufi help me?
I'm thinking about getting a new car.
Who are you trying to impress?
Where have they gone? My little ones.
This guy.
Hello? Seul? Seul? Maybe it's linked to... Nor, there's another healer. Seul.
And he will help?
I hope so. Nor, I'm at Seul's workshop. It's deserted, and looks like it has been for a while.
Why have so many Kametire disappeared? Do you think it's the yavä?
I'll take a look around. A painting of a canyon and markings in paint. Maybe Seul wanted someone to follow him.
That last batch of arrows felt a bit heavy.
I think Seul is trying to make something with this Eyethorn.
With sick Eyethorn? He is a healer. He would know better.
Let's go, Teme! Seul is trying to make something. But Anufi's guardian said herbalism is forbidden. Maybe Seul couldn't hide it here anymore.
So he went to the canyon?
The strange Eyethorn might be there too. If it's near the yavä, I'll try to find it. Yeah! Nor, I think I'm at the canyon. It looks just like the one from Seul's drawing. No Seul, though.
This is a waste of time. Maybe you should come back.
Let me see if I can find that Eyethorn.
Alright, so the way that the developers, I think, intend for you to do this, actually not think, I know. So when we scan the Eyethorn there, it gives you a scent trail, and you're supposed to follow that scent trail. And that scent trail is supposed to take you safely through the yavä, I think is what they call it. Basically, it's the poison gas all over this area. However, there's two areas, if you follow that trail, where you'll just walk through the gas and you'll take damage. So the safest thing to do is basically fly over it to the objective and completely ignore the scent trail. So that's what I'm doing here. Now I'm going to land in a very specific spot because you can see the poison gas is kind of around this facility as well. So there's certain areas that you do not want to go around this facility or you will take damage. But I'm going to land there and then head inside the facility and we'll continue on.
Why would Seul subject himself to metal things? He is Kametire.
Maybe he's desperate.
No real Navi would surround themselves in metal. This doesn't make sense.
Oh, cool?
No real Navi would surround themselves in metal. This doesn't make sense.
I think I can clear the yavä from here. This generator is linked to the ventilation system, but it needs new electrical components.
Oh, well, you know, there are sky people near here.
And you think if we're polite enough, they'll give us what we need?
Huh? Maybe you can sneak in. We need to get to Seul's research. It will show us all the yavä's secrets. I think. No, I know.
All right, so once I'm outside, my Ikran should be sitting there. If it's not, we'll call it in. There it is. So what I need to do is I need to go to the left here and immediately dive down this cliff edge. because I want to touch the ground immediately. Because if I stay on this Ikran too long, we'll start taking missiles from the anti-air defenses from the facility.
Storage in their facilities.
Thanks, Priya.
Happy to help.
So all we need to do for this objective is to infiltrate the facility, go to a very specific spot, and basically pull some electrical cables out of a box.
If you disable the generator...
The way that I get to these cables, I think, is the best possible route you can take. I think it's the safest and the fastest way to do it. I certainly couldn't find a better way, so this is my suggestion. There might be other ways, but we're going to climb up on this side of the facility. We're going to go up here on these cables, and then we're going to take this guy out. That'll be the only guy we kill. And then I'm just basically going to follow this catwalk all the way around. This will take me to the back wall here of the like inner part of the facility. I'm going to drop down on the left, touch these cables, drop straight down. And then I need to make sure there's no one in here. There is the possibility for a ground trooper to be in here patrolling. But this time there wasn't. So we come in, we grab the cables, and then we're going to fast travel right back to where we need to go. So for this section, there's really nothing to talk to here. It's basically just knowing where to go and what to hack and doing it fast enough because you do have a timer against you in various sections. So yeah, that's it. Just reconnect these cables. You'll hack this. And then you'll move forward and start going through the various hacking and pathing through the facility to clear out all the gas.
How do they work?
Sorry, I'll be right back. Okay, now what? There should be a control panel somewhere, right? I need to activate more vents, but yes, it should work.
Aha! Yes! It's all here! I knew it! Okay, let's see. Looks like he mixed in this one. I think this had Spartan leaves. It really looks like it. Smells like it too. When they go bad, they have this kind of sour tang. But you don't want bad ones. You...
So before we leave the facility here, I'm going to go ahead and move on top of the facility and then to the back left. The path I'm taking is very specific. It's simply to avoid gas. And the only reason I'm doing this is because there's a skill point over here that I want. But once we get this skill point, we'll basically do the reverse of how we came into this area. I'll call the Ikran in, and then we'll move off to the northwest, I think it is. I don't know. For this whole run, I had my notes in front of me. So all the directions of which way to go, I didn't have to remember. All right, so that'll give me my last strength upgrade. And then we're just going to move all the way back to the front of the facility and call the Ikran and then move on.
Nor, Siul is dead, but I met a Kamatire called Okul and they've been helping me. Anyway, I found a strange RDA logo at Siul's workshop. TapCon 1. Do you know what that means? Nor? Do you read?
Yes. I'm here. Con 1. That's what I see. In my nightmares.
What? I don't understand.
I see that name. It's dark, and then a light flashes across it. I never knew what it meant.
None of this makes sense. It's so far from our school.
I can't remember. I just know I was there. It was in a mountain or... I don't know. This must mean something.
Somehow we're connected to this place.
Yes. You need to find it.
Okul told me where Siul used to find old RDA stuff. I'm going there now.
Do you think it's TapCon 1?
I guess I'll find out.
All right, so as you can see, kind of off to my like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock direction, you can see there's a bunch of like yavä, like gas and whatnot there, right? We're going to have to go into that for this objective, and we will take damage over time. So this is, again, another example of unavoidable damage that I have to allow for the run. So this does not count against us because there's nothing I can do about it. So I'm going to land the Ikran on the left side of this waterfall, and then we'll move across into the yavä. And I don't know exactly how the developers intend for you to get up to this. I do it this way. Basically like all the other skips, where basically I jump onto one rock side and then jump up to the next, and bam, we're up here. So
this is it.
No clue how you're supposed to get up here otherwise, but, or how the developers intend for you to get up here.
There was RDA activity around here long ago. An RDA aircraft came from TapCon 1 and crashed. An RDA aircraft was carrying a cage for something long ago. It crashed here. The pilot got away. TapCon 1 must be nearby. Gotta find the location. Hack the black box. That's it. Tell Nor what I found. Hey, Nor?
Did you find TapCon 1?
No. It's a very old RDA crash site, but the Scorpion also had the TapCon 1 logo. This must... No. It's a very old RDA crash site, but the Scorpion also had the TapCon 1 logo. This must be where Siul got that RDA crate and took it back to his workshop.
It means the facility or whatever it is must be nearby then. You have to find it.
Yeah, I managed to get coordinates from the black box. I'm on my way there now. I'm scared. What do you think it is?
Memories of my childhood fade more each day. But that name, Con1, is seared into my nightmares. One thing is certain, nothing good happened there.
Nor, I found Tapcon 1. It looks abandoned.
Find a way inside. Our past may be buried in there.
Need to get the power on.
All right, so with that hack, we should be venting the gas now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to move into the airlock, and then once we're in the airlock, I'm going to go ahead and heal myself again, just so if anything happens, I can smash that heal button and make sure that I didn't take damage. So we'll go ahead and heal right there.
This place is creepy. What were they doing here? I'll take a look around. I wonder if... Hey, I found cages. And there are restraints.
For animals or people?
It's bad, Nor. Looks like they had Navi in cages. There's a door up ahead.
A prison. But who did they bring here?
I don't know. I'll see what else I can find. But what else? There would not be children here, Nor. They did a drawing on the wall.
So is it another tap school?
It doesn't feel like a school. There's makeshift bedding. But everything's old and broken, so it's hard to tell.
My memories are hazy. Keep looking. We need more answers.
Treated like animals. Disinfected and showered. Nor,
What is it?
This place was a prison, not a school. They brought us here in restraints and took our clothes and belongings.
Like animals. Taking everything that was Nazi away from us, including our family.
The showers? Worse than the ones at school. But I can still smell the disinfectant they used to use on us.
They always said we were dirty.
I remember that one kid always washing their hands.
Mercer wanted to scrub the Nazi off us. Wash away Pandora. Looks like it all started here.
They had beds for little ones. We must have been so scared, Nor.
I don't want to remember. But maybe I should.
I'm going to see what else is buried in here.
Security lockdown engaged.
So distorted. What is it saying? A lab. chemical smell reminds me of pain and fear. Nor. What was that? Oh no.
What?
There's a Thanator in here too.
That's bad. Are you sure you can handle it?
I think so. But this is too important to turn back now. Was that? No. Can't make it out.
Can you find anything else?
Can't talk now. I'm being stalked. That voice. Who is it?
All right, so before we proceed on, I want to go ahead and pull the shotgun out. I want to make sure we have stun rounds in the shotgun. Because here in a second, we're going to have 2 of these feral Thanators that we're going to have to fight. And you'll see why the storm rounds or stun rounds, whatever they're called, are so powerful. So as soon as we drop, I'm going to go ahead and target 1. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and reload. I've got time because he's taking a while to get over here. Hit 1. Hit 2, hit 3. Usually they die on 3 hits. I guess that one took 4. Generally, it's between 2 and 4 shots. It just kind of depends on RNG. Like at that very first Thanator, I've had it where I've shot it once, twice, and it auto dies. So for here, I'm going to go ahead and bomb both sides of this door, and then I'm going to scoot back quite a bit and bomb in the middle of the floor. What this will do is guarantee that all of the enemies that come out of this door, once we hack the panel inside of this control room, that they'll insta-die. For whatever reason, if you don't throw that third bomb kind of like out in the middle of the floor, then you have the you can have RNG where the ground troops will actually make it through into the middle of the room before the ones on the door explode the amp, and then you'll have to deal with them. And I don't want to have to deal with them, so throwing that bomb out in the middle of the floor means that as they run out there, when the explosions happen, the explosion also catches that one, detonates it, and then can kill them too. So it just guarantees that no one's ever left.
Damn it! RDA must have triggered an alarm.
All right, so as soon as we come out of the cutscene, I want to look to my left. There's the explosion. We can hear it. I just want to visually verify that everyone's dead. And everyone's dead, so we're good to go. All right. So again, as we leave the facility, we are going to be in the yavä again, and obviously we're going to take damage from it again, and that is unavoidable, so it doesn't count. Just want to reiterate that. Anyways, as we open this door, I'm going to go ahead and hit this first enemy, and then I want to make sure that I know where the second one is. He's walking away from us right now, so I'm going to run up on him, kill him. And then we're going to have 3 enemies out here. We're going to have 2 troopers and an amp, so I'm going to kill these guys from left to right. We'll walk up on this amp, get close to him. As the closer we are, the more damage we'll do with the short bow. So I'm going to take that one out and then move up here, get some gear. And then the way I believe the developers intend for you to leave this area is through the way you came in, like going through all the RDA forces. My very first playthrough, I didn't do that. I tried to skip it and I was able to. So what we're going to do is we're going to climb up here and we are going to take a very specific path up these routes. I'm going to duck down on this route on the left and then jump straight up, and that should pull me up here. You can duck under that route that was above and then get out. And so now I'm just going to go down the cliffside using the technique I mentioned way back at the beginning of the run, where if we push our direction into the wall as we're falling down, then the game keeps resetting the fall damage multiplier so that when we hit, it doesn't register that we fell down a long way. It thinks I just went off of like a slight ledge. And so by doing that, we can completely escape the RDA forces, bypass them. We don't have to fight them. There's no risk there. And then I can just run to the old Sarentu moot site, I think is what it's called.
Alma left some old audio diaries. She also mentioned a meeting place called the Sarentu moot.
The Sarentu moot? I remember. A tattered memory they made me forget.
I think that's where they took us from. I'm going there now.
You get to go home.
Maybe. Let's see what I find there first. We're so close. Nor, I'm at the location and...
And what? What is it?
Oh, Nor. There are rock paintings and children's toys. It all feels strangely familiar.
That must be the Sarentu moot site. I remember. trade among our families.
Touching these things? It's like reaching a hand back in time.
Wish I could be there.
I found something wonderful.
Tell me.
Gifts from the Kametire. Beautiful artifacts.
The other clans always gave gifts when we left. As kids, we got excited to see what they were.
I wish I remembered. But the best bit is that I found Anufi's vials, untouched in baskets.
So, they didn't even use the medicines Anufi gave our clan?
So many spent bullets. RDA and Sarentu clashed here, Nor.
Mercer.
This must be the place Alma mentioned. The Sarentu were all here.
The perfect ambush.
I think so. And now it's just remnants of everyone we loved. I'll keep looking. My blanket? That scent. It's her. Satnu.
Hangalu Sarentu, Eywa sikit baranga yivora nitiluka.
Sat.
Nor. I remember it all.
What do you mean?
I was in my mother's arms. Her smell is still on the blanket I found. She wrapped me in it as a child. It took me back. We played at the feet of our parents.
The last time we were all together. I've seen it in my dreams. The happiest I've ever been.
Yes. Happy. Ahali was there. Mother was smiling. But then she looked scared. She shielded me, and then it went dark.
We need to know what happened next.
Yes. And Alma, how does she fit into all of this?
She has questions to answer.
But first, I should tell Anufi that she didn't poison the Sarentu. It was the RDA all along. And someone from the Kametire helped them.
The Kametire will be free from this betrayal at last. When will we say the same about Alma?
I cannot seem to get warm today.
You are back. I thought...
Duster wants us to hide, but the Kametire have stepped out of the mist now.
We fought, we won. If we have to, we will do it again.
It is time for the Kametire to stand tall once more.
Me, please? My head feels full. So much to take in.
The castle would not have allowed us to be pulled into that like that.
Excuse me, please. Over here.
He buried us in lies.
So
I see you are ready.
All right, so for the mere deer, oh God, the mere deer meat that we have to hunt here. I always go out this side. This is where I've had the greatest like success with getting them quickly. But it is complete RNG, whether you find one here or you're running for like the next 2 minutes trying to find one. I would say like 70% of the time you'll find one right here. 30% of the time you'll be running for a while trying to track one down. But yeah, nothing else to state. I just wanted to let you guys know that in case you're following this. For your own playthrough, that this is not a guarantee. It is pretty RNG dependent.
Thank you for these gifts. I promise I'll use this well. You'll save a lot of people. Just a minute, sorry.
He spends an awful lot of time in that link bed.
Am I supposed to think that he wouldn't?
Ah, the Dreamwalker?
I saw everything. So dark. Memories I had locked away long ago. From myself. From you. My guilt. My shame lies ahead. But I must tell the truth. Finally, I remember. There was a thrill. Finally, I'd see the Sarentu. I told myself we were doing a good thing. But that's not how it ended. Can't see the way. Help me. Ignite the bonfires to light my memories.
This is where Moka...
It used to be beautiful here. And then we came. Figures from my past. Shadows. I see them. So much pain. I need more light.
No! Let me talk!
I always said I didn't know. But I did. I hungered for glory. Recognition. At any cost. Our dream began with a massacre. I had to focus on you. The children. Protect you. But now I know that we were the ones you needed protection from. We wanted our school. Our program. So we stole you. Your clan tried to stop us. So we killed them. Even this death won't absolve me of the crimes we committed here. I accept that. The Nakvi will never forgive us.
I heard more.
Ah, there you are. We're coming back, Cortez.
I understand. I'll be here when you need me. Hey, I know it's not the best time, but I need your help. There's some totally weird seismic activity. Tremors centered on the upper plains.
Tremors? That will really upset the Zakru.
I have a bad feeling this is linked to the data from Mercer you found at the big extraction facility. The data I lost in the bombing. Anyway, Anka thinks she may have found the cause. Can you maybe check with her?
She's not answering her radio?
They're in a flux area, so comms are a mess. It's silly to worry. She's an ace pilot, but I just feel something's off, you know? Sorry. Everything's so strange back here. Nor gone, Dylan gone, and Cortez hasn't been sane since, well, you know.
Don't worry. I'll go check on Anka. Is that... There was Zephla hunting down there. Call Priya. I'll look for survivors.
Priya? Priya, can you hear me? Come in. waiting for us at the camp. I cannot return alone.
I will carry your pain to the ones who caused it. Priya, there is so much death here. So many killed. So much life destroyed. I'm going up to the drill now. Stop this from happening again. Flux. Got to reach higher ground.
All right, so for the drill,
I'm at the drill. Tell me how to tear it down.
the way that I approach this is very, very consistent. So if you do this strategy, it should be successful for you as well every time you do it. What we're going to do is we're going to run all the way through. We're not going to go up this. We're going to go all the way through. And we're going to jump up the back side of this ramp. I'm then going to move up into the left. And I want to go ahead and use your Navi senses to look for an enemy that's going to be right near our objective. So I'm going to go ahead and mark him. And then I'm going to move out to the left here. I want to make sure that we get the Scorpion helicopter or whatever. Just so I always know where it is. It shouldn't see me at any point, but I just like to know where it is. So I'm going to climb up here and I'm going to wait until this guy's turned away from us. Right now he's looking my direction. He turned there. We're going to climb up and kill him. So we'll sabotage this. Then I'm immediately going to turn to my right, drop down. We'll drop down again and then move back the way that I came in. Now I need to be using Navi senses here because you have RNG of a trooper that could be walking directly at you right now. Luckily he's on the other side, so I don't have to worry about that. So we're going to take him out. And I'm going to have an amp that's going to be patrolling down here next to our second objective. And I should have gone immediately. I kind of hesitated there a little bit, which almost gets me seen. You'll see it here on the right in just a second. There it is. But now I'm going to move to the front of the facility. And I'm going to be moving for this like generator, whatever this thing is right here. And from here, I'll pop that and then move back across basically to where I was on the first sabotage. Okay, so we're going to go under here and then I'm just going to stack on these crates and we'll sit here and destroy the drill. All right, so now that the drill is destroyed, we're going to move out the back, basically down the ramp that we came in on. And there is some RNG here. You can have the amps that are up there actually chase you down here. Like, they won't see you. They don't know you're here. They're in, like, yellow status, but they'll run down here like they're chasing you. Which, whenever that happens, it always makes me super nervous. So we should have an amp and 4 ground troopers here at this site. I just want to make sure that we tag them. And then essentially what I'm going to do is I'm going to move into this site and I'm going to take the top of the building here and kill everybody from that location. Now, I feel like every time I do this, they're always in like a different position, different orientation. So strategy-wise, it's kind of kill whoever's by themselves where no one's going to see them die. That's kind of the priority order here. So these two actually sat together and like moved together. Like they were a unit. I'd never seen this happen before. This was really weird. So what I decided to do was just wait till they got really close and then use the short bow to like just 1-2 them. So right about there, 1-2. And then I think I throw a bomb and it doesn't detonate on this guy, if I remember correctly. Like it looks like he's gonna walk into it and then he just stops. Yeah, like right there. He just stops for some reason. It's even blinking, saying that it's about to detonate, and it just doesn't. Because he's just like slightly on the edge of the range of it. But then he like takes off running for some reason and dies like when he's like way past it. Like it was like such a delayed, such a delayed detonation and he still died. I don't know. It was really weird. Like some of the interactions in the game with the AI and like your damage and stuff is just really weird. Like generally on the last mission, you'll see it where like I'll shoot a trooper and like you'll see the arrow hit them. Their life bar will go away, but the death animation is like delayed. So I'll shoot them. I'll see them get shot. And then like half a second later, they'll be like, oh, and then they'll fall over and die. So yeah, I don't know. Interactions in this game are really weird sometimes. Anyways, we're going to go ahead and restore power to this terminal. I'm going to grab this box. Got crap. I think that's always a spear thrower, but I always pick it up anyways. I can't remember if it's random or if it's set. But now what we're going to do, once we have power restored to it, we're going to move off to the right here. And basically we have to go all the way to the right and all the way to the left and activate 2 devices. Both of those devices, as long as you follow my example, can be done completely in stealth. There are no enemies on this one. There are multiple enemies on the next one. What I do want to point out is that if you do not take the path that I take from this site to the next site, which I basically move behind the facility, kind of the way that I came in to kill the enemies. If you move, for example, in front of it, in the big open area that's between the drill that we destroyed and this site, you will get reinforcements that get called in. So you'll get like, I think it's 2 helicopters that come in and drop like 4, 6, 8 ground troopers, something like that. And when I was testing for this area, creating the strategy, I realized that if I never went over there, I never hit the trigger to call them in. So going this way and not passing in that front area will keep those enemies from spawning. So I highly suggest you do that. If for whatever reason you forget that and you spawn them in, once you activate the second device, they will all despawn. They'll all just disappear. So if you do get them called in, just ignore them. Go quickly activate both devices, and then once the second one is good, they'll disappear.
We got the best tech.
If you don't shut up, I'm gonna rip out your tongue and feed it to a viper wolf. I'm just here to kill some nabbits.
All right, so now what we need to do is we need to basically go and activate this computer terminal and defend the area for like 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes, something like that. What I want to say about this section is that it is very buggy. buggy in like a good way. So I've had it happen where I destroy the first wave. There's like 7 or 8 waves that come in this. I've had it happen where I destroy the first wave and all of the other ones just never come. I've had it happen where I destroy the second wave, same thing, third wave, same thing, fourth wave, same thing. You never know what you're going to get. So I always prepare like I'm going to have to deal with all of them. So everything that I'm mining right now is preparation for the first 3 waves. Minus this kind of oddball one that I'm going to throw in a second. So again, everything I'm putting down right now is in preparation for waves 1, 2, and 3. Except for this, let me go up here, go up here. This one that I'm about to throw here. This is like wave 6 or 7 or something. But I throw it out there because you might as well. All right, so I've got all these set. What I need to do is I'm going to go ahead and hack the terminal. And then I'm going to go inside of this building and I'm going to grab the rocket launcher. And then I'm going to climb to the top of the roof. So as I'm grabbing the rocket launcher and I'm moving to the top of the roof, the first 2 helicopters are going to come in. We've already prepared for that. I've set bombs. It's going to be one on the helipad, one next to the helipad on the left, and then, or maybe it is the helipad. Okay, it's that one in the field and then the helipad. So the one in the field didn't trigger, so I had to shoot it with a rocket. That's completely improv. That's not part of the strategy. Then we get the big transport ship coming in. This is wave 2. And the reason why I have the rocket launcher is because right after I destroy this, we're going to have a helicopter come in and an attack chopper come in. I need to be behind this. You see how I'm kind of behind the cover here? I need to be behind the cover because then the attack chopper will not be able to see me. It'll come in, it'll go red, it'll start shooting, and then it'll stop. I'm going to peek over, shoot it with the rocket, and that's it. I no longer have to worry about anything shooting me first, as long as I put bombs in the correct locations. Now, all the locations I'm putting them in are in preparations for future waves. I'm going to wait for the first one to drop here. We get the explosion on those 2 amps. I'm going to re-bomb it. And now, basically, I'm just waiting to see if it bugs out, to see which wave I'm getting next. You never really know. So this one's coming to right there. I think I throw another one just because I was concerned it was going to be like the first one, where it just didn't detect the bomb for some reason. So I know this one's coming in. I know they're going to drop right around this area somewhere. So I throw one bomb to prep. We'll wait for the mech to drop and then throw the second one. So that takes care of that. I'll throw one more to finish them off. I already re-bombed the helipad, so that was fine. And now I think it bugs out, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it bugged out. So at this point, I don't get any more waves. I should be getting more waves, like 3 or 4 more waves, and I don't. So this go around, this is when it decided to bug out on me. Again, I'm not complaining. If I don't have to fight extra stuff, then that's fine by me. So I went ahead and mined the things that they would come in on, just in case for whatever reason it unbugs itself. But otherwise, basically we're just going to stand here, wait for the timer to run out. I'll go down, collect my mines, and then we'll be done.
Download at 75%.
Priya, I got the data, but there's a lot of it.
That's wonderful. I don't want to jinx it, but this might just turn the tide, you know? Take it to Anka, and she'll fly it home.
All this destruction from a single payload. A nightmare. Can you take this to Priya?
Find more RDA rosters. We must not rest until all
right, so what we're going to go do now is I'm going to unlock a fast travel point called Unity Station. There's nothing that we need to do combat-wise. It's kind of like a research station. We just go turn the power back on. But this will be for the next couple of quests. Or like later in the game for a couple of quests. That's probably the better way to say it. We will be using that station heavily because it's kind of the center point for an entire like mission or two. So I'm going to go unlock that. If I remember correctly, this is the run where I get turned around. Yes, this is the run I get turned around. So as I'm flying here, if you look off to like my 10 o'clock direction, there was an Ikron there. And I mentioned this like way earlier in the run that you know, there was an Ikron in another part and I deviated from where I would normally go because there was one there. It's complete RNG whether it's going to be there or not, but you cannot get close to them. Because they fly faster than you do, they will always catch you and they will insta-kill you. So I have to take this like roundabout way and it kind of pulled me off track. And when I get over here to where the station's supposed to be, I get confused and whatever. It's kind of embarrassing, but whatever. I'll find it eventually. But anyways, we're going over here to unlock this as a fast travel point, and then we're going to move on.
Explosions that brought down the arches kicked off some secondary seismic activity, and it's bad, bad. There's crude oil bubbling up everywhere, and it's messing with a bunch of ecosystems.
What can I do?
Come and help? I've taken a team to check out one of the fissures, and the RDA are already set up here. We've sent them on a wild goose chase so I can check out their sensors, but I need to be really quick.
Wait, you're outside?
I am! And it's terrifying!
Hold on, Priya. I'm coming.
Yo.
Alex, I'm looking at one of your field labs. It's a bit empty and dark.
Oh yes, most of them have been temporarily offline for a while now. To be honest, with the RDA getting more active lately, we had to shut them down and retreat closer to the HQ.
Is it safe to use these labs now?
Well, the Resistance is acquiring more allies and more chances to drive the RDA away. Having these labs online again might be a good idea. Go inside and check your SIG. It should pick up a signal from the lab's power system. Scan the floor and walls, and route power from the inverters to the main fuse box. The same should work with any field lab around the western frontier.
Yeah. Alex, I've done it. The field lab is active.
Wonderful. I'm already receiving the data from your end. So much was happening at these labs, but most of the research activities were left incomplete. Valuable data abandoned. There should be a terminal connected with the HQ there. Let's check if the connection works. Please try to use the terminal now.
glad you're here, Uncle.
Priya, I've just sent you some of the personnel roster. Is that useful?
You bet. I need to identify someone with authorization to run the scanners. Keep looking for stuff like biometrics and credentials.
Priya, you said biometrics? I think I've got that.
Perfect. I just need to find someone with the right access.
I found a science officer's credentials, I think. Sending now.
Bingo! I can put together an access profile now.
Who's Bingo?
What? No, it's like a saying. I'll explain later. Just get back here.
So, the RDA are...
Good to see you, Temek.
All right, so for this mission, you get this optional objective to protect some Thanators. I never prioritized that. It doesn't change anything, so I wouldn't suggest prioritizing that. But I'm gonna land on the left of this this digger, and I'm gonna get on top of it, and basically tag everyone. Pick off any ground troopers that I can before the engagement happens. You'll see the Thanator down here in a second. There it is, right there. So I'm just going to pick off whatever I can. I want to get all of the ground troopers dead first, then any of the amps that have guns, and then finally whatever pyro amps are left. Okay? So that is kind of the order of operations here and the priority, because I don't want to be able to get shot. None of the pyro amps will be able to reach me on top of this this platform, so that's why they're like lowest on the priority list. All right, so I'm pretty sure my bomb kills the Thanators, but whatever. This is a pyro, and I was gonna hack him and eject him, but I can see he's shielded, so if they're shielded you can't do that, so I'm just gonna use bombs and blow them up. Alright, one more should do it. There we go. And that's it. Now we'll go do what we need to do and then move on to the next objective.
The mother and the cub.
It's all just so pointless. So cruel. I wish I could stop them.
You are stopping them. We are stopping them together. Now I'm going to make sure they can't use this equipment again. How's the testing going?
The oil toxicology is about as bad as expected. I'm still waiting for the full underground imaging. The payload went deep, deeper than this oil seam. There's something really fishy about it.
If you work it out, let me know.
I hope you're not tired yet. There's movement and at a fissure in the Kinglore Forest. It looks like they've deployed mapping probes. They're looking for something underground. It's cool tech, but really toxic. It kicks up a lot of pollution.
I'll disable them.
Good. But before you do, send me the data they found. The RDA are up to something. And I need all the info I can get to work it out.
All right, so for this probe site, basically we're going to clear the whole thing in stealth. We're not even going to kill a single person. I can't remember if it's 3 or 4 enemies, but if you kill more than 3 or 4, or whatever the magic number is, there will be reinforcements that get called in. And for obvious reasons, we don't want that, because as soon as they get called in, they auto alert to you, and they, you know, they'll be in yellow status or red status depending on RNG. So we want to do this whole place in stealth, and as long as you follow my example, you'll be able to do that. We don't have to kill anybody here. You might have to kill one. It depends on how he patrols, but generally speaking, you won't have to kill anybody. And that one that you might have to kill is at the 4th and final device. In this run, if I remember correctly, I don't have to kill him. I just kind of like, he moves away and opens up the gate and I'm able to run through. So, but yeah, you really want to clear this place in stealth as much as possible so that when we're done, we can just teleport straight out.
Shut them all down. I'll call when I've worked this out.
Pandora just keeps getting worse and worse.
One more left. Priya, I've disabled the probes.
Amazing. I don't know how you do it. I'm standing here panicking at a computer and you're taking down RDA prospecting sites like they're nothing.
Thanks. I've had a lot of practice.
Okay. I'm done here. I've got all the data I can. The survey results, itineraries, everything. It looks like all of the oil drilling operations came from the same forward base. There's a lot of equipment stored there.
Send me the coordinates.
Just did. I'm heading back to HQ, but I need to swing by one last fissure. The RDA haven't been there yet, and I want some clean samples.
Be careful, okay?
Aren't I always? Don't answer that. Hey, I found something big-portant. Big-portant? Wait, is big-portant a word?
Priya.
Sorry, right. I need to patch HQ into this. 1 second. Priya? Are you okay? Kinda no. The data I got from the drilling sites? Mercer's got a bigger plan, and we're talking less fissure and more meteor strike. Well, in terms of scale, not atmospheric phenomenon, which means...
Priya, it's okay. What have you found?
Read Meta. I'm sending the data now. I need you to run a simulation, but I think Mercer's going to pollute everything. Can you both get back here? If you're right, I'll have to gather the clans. I'll need your voices. I've got to get one last oil sample, then I'll be back.
And I have to take out one last RDA camp. I'll be back as quick as I can.
Come when you can.
All right, so for this site, this one,
There's no base without those.
there really isn't a point in doing a whole lot of it in stealth because you're going to have to go loud no matter what. So once you get a certain amount of enemies killed, reinforcements will be called in. The best way to deal with those is to, similar to like when we were doing the drill and protecting the console, we would throw bombs as the planes were, like the helicopters were coming in to land and drop off the reinforcements. We're going to do the same thing where we're basically just going to like chuck bombs at those and kill them. And by doing that, we're going to get pulled into combat. So we want to stealth as much as we can. And then when that event happens, we want to be in position to throw those bombs. So I always land and come in from this side of the facility. We're going to go ahead and hack and eject this guy. And then I want to move up to the left side here. I'm going to go ahead and go in here now and get the equipment, because if we try to do this later, there'll be fire all over the ground and it's kind of a pain in the ass, and you generally will take damage trying to get in the door, so. All right, so once I'm happy with whatever I was thinking there, we're going to go ahead and move up here. And we're going to take out the guy right under me in a second. But first, we want to take out these guys all the way on the other side of the facility. And I'm taking them out now because the amp is below me. And eventually, he'll path all the way over there. But for now, while he's on this side, we want to kill everyone on that side. And we'll go ahead and take this guy out. Basically, I'm trying to work around that amp to my left, his patrol path, to kill everything but him and the amp on the far side. So he'll see that those guys are dead in a second, but what I need to do is I need to kill this guy and then prepare for reinforcements. Okay, so that takes care of that. Now we'll get reinforcements coming in. I want to move to the back side because as soon as I do this, they're going to know that I'm here and I'm going to have to drop down. Okay? So let's see if I can get this one. It'll be top left and throw. I think I got it. Throw on this one. Definitely got it. And then I drop down and go in the building. Okay? The reason I go in the building here is because that amp that's on the very far back side of the area, that's one of the grenadiers, and sometimes he'll see you, sometimes he won't. And by see you, I mean go into red status, and then obviously he automatically knows where you are. If he does that, he has a 50-50 chance of launching grenades at your location. So I want to make sure that I'm inside of this building in case that happens. You see, he went red status there for whatever reason, even though he couldn't see me, and then went yellow. So, yeah, the AI in this game is just really weird. So we're going to go ahead and, I'm going to hack this guy and then run down with a shotgun and destroy him. This is the first time I think you guys are seeing me use this approach. But this is why the shotgun's really, really OP. Granted, the shotgun I have is not at my level right now. It's under my level. Anytime you see I go into the gear, like my character, and you can see all the different gear that I have. If you see an exclamation point under a piece of gear, that's the game telling you that it's under leveled. That it's basically shit. So, everything that I have right now is considered under level, according to the game. Anyways, so now that that guy's dead, we're going to go ahead and blow up everything we can. We should be able to clear the entire facility from here. Minus 2 of the generators. We'll actually have to path out and get those. But otherwise, we'll clear the facility and then we'll move on.
Yep, it's coming back around.
Get into cover!
They've seen us! Run!
Priya! Come in! Priya! Yeah, yeah!
All right, so we need to go save Priya. The place I'm going to land here is like on this cliff's edge. And the reason I land here is because if you get the Ikran too close, the RDA patrols, as they're moving around, they can spot them. And then they'll come and start shooting them, and then that causes all these problems. Similar to like when you're trying to clear a site and random animals wander in and they all, start attacking it. So I land over there. I'm going to come up onto this ridge overlooking the area. And what I want to do is I want to start on the left side. Generally, this will always be ground troops. I want to start on the left side, kill all of them. And then I'll work on the right side, kill all the ground troops there, and then just have the 2 amps left. The amp closest to me is always going to be one that we're going to be able to eject. The amp furthest from me is a pyro with a shield on the windscreen, and we won't be able to eject that one. So basically I just hack it and use the shotgun to finish it off. So that's what you're going to see here. It's a very consistent strategy as long as you kind of know the order of operations to do things in. And as long as you land with your Ikran not like within range of any of these people. And I think I hacked this and the hack doesn't take. Yeah. Again, that bug is the most annoying thing for this run. Because you want to be able to trust that when you take the time to execute a hack that it's going to work. Instead, I have to like hesitate. Every time I hack something, I have to hesitate. Because I never know if it's going to work or if it's not going to work. But hopefully in the future, the developers will patch that.
Priya, come in. Are you okay? Priya! It's safe. The RDA are gone.
Am I glad to hear your voice? We're good. We're good. Heading out of the cave now.
You know, on Earth,
I think Solec's like mad at me.
Wow, he's just got one stasis.
Pandora rots in their hands. The land, our blood stuck under their nails.
Mercer's next excavation will destroy. It will be a long flight.
Ready to ride?
All right, guys. So this is the single hardest mission to do in the entire game. Like, you would think the final mission of the game would be harder than this, and it is not. This mission is the hardest mission in the game to no damage. Point blank, period. So what we're going to do is we're going to get to this balloon. We're going to destroy the plating on top of it, and then we're going to have to hang out and wait for Alex to hack it or whatever. What makes this difficult is when we get to the next one, the very first time we damage the plate, 3 helicopters are going to get called in. I think they're all attack helicopters too. None of them are transports. I think they're all attack choppers. But they're going to basically spawn in and sit on the balloons. So what makes it difficult is, well, if they're sitting on the balloons, how do I get close enough to hack it without getting pulled into combat? Well, I'm going to give you that strategy in just a second. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and approach the balloons. And then I'm going to move kind of to the left, like towards the mountains. And I'm going to position in such a way that once I shoot the cover, I'll be able to turn around and get distance to outrange the helicopters. So we shoot once, turn around, and outrange. I only need to go a little bit. So right about here is good. And I'm going to stop and I'm going to turn around. I'm going to wait for all the helicopters to come in. So I'm waiting for the one at the bottom right to raise itself up on the right side of the platform. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to just push forward to slightly get the Ikron to start moving. And then I'm just going to hold my Navi senses and my bow, and I'm going to wait until the helicopter becomes visible under the highlight to show me that it's within attack range. So right there, we're going to stop. I'm going to shoot it 180 and fly away. And what you're going to see is that as I'm flying away, they're trying to track me. They're trying to come after me. Okay? So basically what I'm doing is I'm kiting them away from the balloon. And that's what I want to do. I want to kite them away from the balloon such that when I outrange them, they get stuck away from their default location. All right, so it looks like they've stopped. So now what I need to do is I need to fly far enough away that I completely drop combat and I'm able to fast travel back to Unity Station. All right, so now that I'm able to fast travel back, what we're doing essentially is locking the position of the attack choppers into place. And more specifically, we're locking 2 of the 3 into place. One of them will always move, but it'll move in such a way that it doesn't hinder what I'm trying to do. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to fly back to the balloon. If you remember, I pulled them kind of in the direction that I'm flying away from the balloon, right? So as I approach the balloon on this side, I should be completely clear. So now we can see the first one. We'll get a little bit closer. There's the second one, top left. And so now I'm looking for the third one. Okay. And I don't see the third one, right? So the third one is all the way up on the left. I just barely was able to see it. But what I want to do is I want to come just barely in range to where I can break the cap. And you can see that the two on the left aren't moving, but the one that was right in front of me is moving. But what it's doing is it's going to be moving like up and down, up and down. It'll never move like back and forth. So all I'm doing is I'm edging forward until the top left activates, and then once the sensor starts to hack, I just sit still. Now, the other reason that I pulled the helicopters in the direction that I pulled them is because if I was to pull them closer to the next objective, then what happens is as soon as I complete this objective, all of the helicopters go, oh, well, that sucks. Let's fly to the next objective. And all three of them will go sit on the next objective. And then it makes it nearly impossible to get through it without taking damage. So you have to keep them close enough to the second balloon so that when you get done, they don't pull over there. And the best way that I found to ensure that they stay there is as soon as you are done hacking the second balloon, fast travel back. And that seems to lock their position in and allow me to get over there without them flying to the balloon. The third balloon anyway. So what I'm going to do now, just to avoid the helicopters that are at the second balloon, is I'm going to go all the way down to the water line, and I'm just going to follow right above the surface of the water to the third balloon site. And that'll put me far enough. You can see the helicopter all the way at the top of the screen, like all the way in, like, kind of in the distance there. But what that'll do is that'll keep me far enough away from them that they won't aggro on me and allow me an avenue to approach the third site. Now, I'm going to keep going down here because one of the difficulties with the third site is that there are two anti-aircraft guns sitting on it. Not sitting on the balloons, but sitting on the tower that's defending the balloons. So I need to make sure that I'm completely out of range of that as I approach the site. Otherwise, we could start getting shot at, and obviously we could take damage from that, but even more so, if you're too close when they engage, there is a helicopter that's going to be there that will then also engage you, which obviously we don't want to deal with. So I'm going to come in super low and land kind of really far down and basically play rock climber and go all the way up to the site. And this is kind of a pain in the ass because you're not supposed to be able to climb like this. And you're always fighting, like when you're on very, very steep inclines, you're always fighting against the game. Like the game tries to push you back down. So you're always fighting against that. I know it doesn't look like that from just watching the footage, but when you play it and you do it, you'll definitely feel it. You'll feel the game trying to shove you back down. All right, so I finally made it up to like my normal approach area. So we'll move all the way over here. I'll get up on the like side of this ledge and then jump over. And then that'll give me access to the site. So there's the helicopter. That helicopter will move off kind of in front of the tower, between the tower and the balloon. So I just want to wait for it to complete that. Then what we're going to do is we're going to move up here. We're going to have one trooper up on the tower, like up on that big platform, catwalk, whatever. So I'm going to shoot him, and for whatever reason, you can shoot him through the floor, which is kind of cool. So I'm going to take him out. There is an amp suit up here. I don't want to agitate the amp suit. What I want to do is I want to move to the left side here. After I hack this guy, this is just kind of like an insurance policy. You'll see why in a second. So I want to grab this rocket launcher and move back down. And we're going to use this rocket launcher to destroy the chopper. Now, the reason I took the insurance policy, and as soon as I blow this up, we're going to get an amp that's going to come out from the hold or whatever. And this is good. We want that door to open. You'll see why later. But the reason I do the insurance policy is in case that guy goes alert status, I can immediately hack him and then use the rocket launcher to blow up the one that is coming out. That way I'm in like a 1v1 instead of a 1v2 situation. But it didn't happen this time, so I didn't have to worry about it. So I want to get up on this ridge. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to blow these up one at a time. Now, I thought they were going to be close enough and stop close enough where I could just get one shot and kill both of them, but they didn't. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kill the one on the right side because the one on the left will be line of sighted when I drop down. So I'm going to shoot rocket and drop down. Now you can see that the second amp goes into like red alert status. And he's going to move down like he's going to come after me, but he's not going to be able to get here. And the reason is because his AI can't figure out how to walk over here for some reason. Which is why I use this location to engage from. So I'm just going to wait until the amp goes yellow. Once he goes yellow, he'll start pathing back. And then the very first time he stops moving, that's when I'll take my shot. Alright, so now that he stopped moving, we'll take the shot. I'll drop back down just in case I miss or whatever. If I was to miss there, then the backup plan is wait for him to go yellow, go back in, hack him, use the shotgun, kill him outright. So what I want to do now is I want to just blow up the various explosives on this platform. That reason is twofold. One is because it's going to semi-destroy the anti-aircraft batteries. But the second reason is because in a second, we're going to get 2 attack choppers that are going to automatically be in combat with me. And I don't want them to accidentally blow one of those things up and do splash damage to me. So what we're going to do is just go ahead and make sure that these are actually destroyed. Not sure why I'm doing that because I'm not leaving the site, and this is part of an old strategy concern where I used to come clear the site, then go do the balloons, and then come back. I ended up dropping that strategy for various reasons, but you would have to actually blow up individually the anti-aircraft batteries, otherwise they would just respawn. All right, so what I'm doing is I'm just making sure that I'm geared up, and I'm going to destroy these protective caps. So once I destroy the first one, we're not going to get anything. If I can hit the damn thing. Get a better angle here. But once I destroy the second one, we're going to have to immediately move into the room below. And the reason for that is because now there are 2 attack choppers that are coming in red status that automatically know where I am. And so now what I need to do is basically I need to either kill them outright or hope that the game kind of bugs in such a way where they drop combat with me. Generally, them dropping combat will not occur until at least one of them dies. So I would say 99.9% of the time, you are going to have to kill at least one of these. And the only way to safely do that is to do that from this room. So what I have to do is I have to kind of move back and forth across this room, across this area, to re-engage the enemy AI and hope that the enemy AI comes into a position that allows me to shoot it for free. And the way that I do that is I shoot it basically on a corner. So if you can imagine, and you'll see it here soon, but if you can imagine, I'm peeking around a corner And there's one of the helicopters right in front of me, but I peek around the corner just far enough where I can only see the wing, like the rotor of the helicopter. I can't see the gun. I can't see the body of it, but I can see the wing. Once I can see that, I can shoot that, but yet the helicopter cannot shoot me because the helicopter requires a line of sight from its gun in the center to my character. And as long as I never give it that, I'll always be able to shoot the helicopter, but the helicopter will never be able to shoot me. And so that's what I'm trying to get to happen right now. I'm just moving around, hoping that I can get them in a position. You can see I'm almost able to do it right here. So right there, I'm about to take the shot and then it starts to move. All right, it just went into yellow status, which is good. It went into white, so now it dropped combat. Unfortunately, the second one did not. So because the second one didn't, I now have to deal with it. And what's going to happen is I'm going to kill the second one, and then the first one's going to re-aggro into me. And I can't remember if I end up killing it or not. But anyways, that's what you're going to see once I'm able to either kill both of these or kill one of them and get the alert status to go away on the second one. Basically so I can fast travel. My end goal is to fast travel to Unity Station. So that's what we're trying to get to. But hopefully that explanation was enough to describe and get you kind of on board with my thought process and what I'm trying to do here. All right, so we're going to head to the defense station on foot. We don't want to take the Ikron because it is covered in anti-aircraft batteries. So we definitely want to take it in on foot. And the approach that I'm going to take and the strategy that I use for this section is very consistent minus the interior. The interior is where you get a problem. So I'll cover that in more detail once we get to it.
I'm at the facility, but it's It's locked down.
Then let us find the key. Electrical locks, I presume? If you spot any generators, shut them down.
All right, so as we approach this side, we're going to run up, and I'm going to use this bouncy thing. I don't know what that creature or flora is, but we're going to use that to get up on the wall. I'm going to go ahead and take out this trooper. Then I'm going to move forward, and there should be another one all the way on the other side. You can see I've already got him marked. Take him out. Then what I'm going to do is move back around. And I'm going to drop down onto this tank or whatever that's under here, this tarp. We're going to hack this, which is going to allow me to drop into the trench, and then we can continue on. I will say that like that amp that was just sitting there, that is RNG. Sometimes that'll be a person, like a ground troop. Sometimes it'll be an amp. Sometimes there won't be anybody there, and the amp will be on the ground patrolling. All right, so now that we've broken both of the panels, as I'm hacking this, they're going to go into alert status. I'm going to hack this through the floor, and then I'm going to move back down the way that I came in. And I'm going to look for the configuration of what's here. So it should just be an amp and a trooper. And basically what I need them to do is not be able to see me running forward here. So basically I want to climb up and I want to run to like my 11 o'clock. So I see that he's moving to the right and that he's stopping and facing the wall. So now I'm going to take off, brake, and go in. Now this is the section that's very difficult. I absolutely 100% cannot have these guys go into alert status. I have to kill everybody in stealth. And that's very difficult to do because this area is all RNG. Like, it never feels like it's the same thing twice. So what we're going to do is we're going to play it slow and prioritize killing things that are segregated away from everything else. And I will not take any chances here because after, I don't know what the set time is, but after a certain amount of time of them searching, they'll all move to a default location. And I have a strategy for that default location. If it comes to that, generally I can kill at least 2 of them before it comes to that. And that's kind of what happened here. So I'm able to kill all the ground troopers. That guy's going to go default in front of the gate. So I'm just going to wait. I'm going to let him turn around. I'm just going to wait. And once he stops moving, because this is an exo amp, I'll be able to kill the driver or like the pilot just with an arrow. And that's it. And now we're good to go. But I cannot stress enough how important it is that you clear this area without taking damage. Or sorry, without taking damage, without getting seen. Doing it in stealth. Otherwise, clearing it without taking damage is almost impossible.
You don't know what you're walking into.
I'll be careful.
Just stop. Stop for a minute, please. He could be waiting for you. You know what he's capable of. I can't trust anyone else.
You won't. I'll be okay.
You can't promise that.
We need to stop this drill.
All right, so we're going to grab this last RDA roster. That's 5 of 5. That's what we needed for Solek at the, for the last mission, as I mentioned earlier. So as soon as we get out of the cutscene, I need to hurry up, turn around, and run down this staircase. This is because there's going to be 2 attack choppers that are going to be in here. They're going to be firing in, blah, blah, blah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this opportunity. I'm going to let the dialogue finish so that the mission kicks over. I'm going to go ahead and top all my stuff off, fast travel back, and then we can move on.
Ready to ride?
All right, so for this section, if you didn't think everything we've already done was difficult, this is the most difficult out of this whole mission. simply because these amps never act like you want them to. So as soon as we get into this area over here, they're going to already be in yellow status. 90+% of the time, there's going to be some creature that's going to be here that's going to pull them all into combat with it, which further complicates things. And then once I start engaging them, I think it's after we kill 3. I'm almost certain it's after I kill 3 amps. What'll happen is 2 big ass drop ships will come in with like 3 amps each and drop those onto the field as well. So you get like all these amps in this small little area, and you'll like the AI on these amps is like some of the most broken in the game, as far as like from the beginning to the end of the game. For the main story anyways. Like, and you'll see this in a second, where they literally will not be able to see me. And they'll drop to yellow status, and then they'll go back into red status. And they won't all do this in unison. It's almost like Christmas lights or something. Like, you know, 2 or 3 of them will drop yellow, and then some of them will come back red, and then those will go yellow, and then they'll go red. And it makes it so you, like, it's so nerve-wracking because you never know where they're going to be, how they're going to respond, or whatever. So this section is a lot of patience. It's a lot of waiting, not waiting, but understanding how the AI in this section specifically usually acts. You see how like random that was? Like they were just standing still, and then all of a sudden they're like, oh, there's wildlife, let's all run. The other issue you get is there are a lot of flora here that will damage you. There's things you can step on that will hurt you. There are plants that will explode and do damage to you. And the other RNG aspect to this section is that towards the end of it, I'd say about 50% of the time, you'll get a storm that rolls in with lightning. And I mentioned to you guys at the very beginning of this run how lightning works. So you could just randomly get hit by lightning, or lightning could randomly hit something beside you and blow it up, and you take splash damage. So this section is very aggravating. So you can see they were yellow, then they're red. They'll go yellow in a little bit and then back to red. This section is just aggravating. I like literally cannot overstate that. But anyways, that's what you're going to see here. Eventually, basically all of the strategy is just taking the sling and throwing grenades at them and just blowing them up. And doing that over and over and over again and running back for safety, you know, in between throwing grenades. So that's it. That's what you're going to see. And if you end up doing this yourself, good luck, because it is very aggravating.
Zip and zilch.
out?
Just in time. Any longer and...
They almost had a...
All right, so really early on in this run, I told you guys that, you know, we were going to be getting reputation or whatever it's called in the game from the clans. At some point, we're going to trade that in at the end of the game. So that's what we're doing now. We're going to be gearing for the end game, for the final mission. So what I'm doing is I already know I'm going to get a high tier shotgun. I know I'm going to get a high tier heavy bow. So what I want right now is I want a short bow. And this short bow from the hollows is basically always the same. And it's very good. The attachments are generally like random. But the bow itself, at least every time that I've done an attempt, has been the same. So, so that's what I'm doing here. And then after I get this, I'm going to go over and upgrade any gear that is still drastically undergeared. I think it was just my chest for this run that was undergeared. Yeah, that's 154 and 72. So yeah, it was very undergeared. I think everything else was fine. Yeah, that's like a slight upgrade. So yeah, let's take that. And then that's pretty much it. So now what I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and put that gear on. And then I'm going to donate for extra reputation all of the gear that is like underleveled and that I'm not using now.
Will the sky people vanish now? I do not dare hope.
Perfect. Should be all of it. There we go. So that'll give me a little bit more. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to head over to the cook. And I'm going to buy two things. Funny enough, I forgot to use these at the end of the run. But one that basically it increases all the damage you deal by 45% to RDA. And then one that just is a flat 35% damage increase. So
I will be here if
you don't need both of them. I buy both of them because I like to use the RDA one for everything up to the final fight. And then I like to use the flat 35% for the final fight. However, I forgot to use them. So I just want to explain why I got them, because you're not going to see the actual implementation of it because I'm dumb and I forgot. I was so like, my nerves were so up in the air here for this because I want to say the run right before this, I lost inside of the facility on the final, or not on the final fight, but like on one of the sections leading up to the final fight. But yeah, I was kind of a nervous wreck here. So anyways, we have everything we need. I talked to Solek. I got the heavy bow using the 5 RDA rosters. When we continue the mission, we get the shotgun. So now I am, for the first time, at the level of the mission. This whole entire game, we've been underleveled until right now. So we're finally leveled right. All of our gear is finally up to level. So what we're going to do is we're going to head over there and we're going to, you know, do this final mission. The loadout for this is heavy bow, short bow, shotgun, slingshot, or whatever it's called. I forget the grenade launcher or grenade thrower. Anyways, we have a long flight. There's a bunch of dialogue. I will chime back in once we hit the cave.
We have word from the rest of the Kametire. Anufi sent a scout ahead to the base. They hope to find a way through the caves as well. Surprise the RDA from the inside.
It'll be good to see the Kametire wreak some vengeance.
The healers turn to home.
What about the other clans? Any word?
Sodlek's on his way to the Zeswa. You should hear from him soon. I have no word from the Aranahe.
They'll agree to fight. Katnat knows what's at stake.
I hope you're right.
I have good news. Minong and Nassim are preparing their people to fight.
That is good news. A storm of Zeswa on our side. Harding won't be happy to see them again.
They ride to Mercer's base on Diahorse, but the perimeter turrets will be a problem.
Once I'm inside, I should be able to shut them down.
Good. I will join the Sisters' cavalry. Mercer's forces will not last long.
The Aranahe are coming. Katnat and Etua will lead their people on Ikran.
Yes! I knew they'd come through!
Katnat's hunters are preparing now. They will stay out of turret range and wait for the right moment.
I'll make sure they get it.
This is it. We're really going to fight Mercer.
Long time coming.
There is an overlook in the sky above his base. Let's meet there when we're done.
Rinella, I'm coming up on the base.
Don't get too close. Your weapons are no match for those turrets.
Don't worry. I'm heading for the cave entrance.
I hope this works.
Hanufi is on her way. Go.
All right. So as we head into the cave, there's going to be some tremors, like earthquake tremors that occur. That are going to cause objects to fall from the ceiling. We have to hold short whenever this happens because those can actually do damage to you. So anytime I enter into a section and I feel the rumbling, I'm going to stop moving. And the reason for that is because we don't want to go forward, have those objects fall and hit us. So you'll see that right here. All right, so there's the objects. They're done falling. Now we can move. It'll happen one more time as I get around this area. So right there. And then we're clear. We're at least for this section. We're able to go forward. Once we get up here, I'm gonna have to take a hard left because it's gonna another one's gonna happen that's gonna block that entrance right there.
No going that way.
All right, so now we'll enter into the next section of the cave. We'll get more tremors in here. So there's one we want to hold short.
Delan and I will find a way to get them inside.
He may not be able to help. Even if that is what his heart wants.
There's the second one.
Rinella, you're breaking up. Rinella!
There's the third one. And that should be it. All right, so as we head into the facility, we're going to go ahead and pull out short bow. We're going to have two enemies in front of me. We're going to do a 1-2, one punch. There we go. Then we're going to run forward. This enemy here will either be walking towards you or away from you, so that's why I always scout it out first. I want to scout out the final one just to make sure they're walking away from me and not towards where I'm going. And then we're able to just continue on.
Rinella, are you getting this? I made it. I'm inside Mercer's base. I'm going for the base defenses. I'll find a way to get the clans inside.
All right, so in this section, basically I need to bomb every single door. What we're going to do is I'm going to double bomb these doors so that the first wave of enemies out of those doors insta-dies. All right, so we got 2 on that door. We'll put 2 on this door. And that door that I did right before this one, we don't actually need to bomb because nothing comes out of that one. But that is the path that enemies are going to take to get to me. So it's good to have that one bombed anyways. Bomb this one. Then I'm going to jump up and bomb this personnel door. And then I'm going to run forward. And as we run forward, we're going to bomb this door. And that's when the dialogue will start to happen. I'm going to bomb the staircase and then go back. I almost got hit there. That was kind of scary. All right, so basically all I need to do now is I need to keep that door bombed so personnel can't get to me. And then keep the section right in front of me, that staircase or that ramp, keep that bombed. As long as I keep those two things bombed at all times, nothing should be able to get to me to do damage to me. If the amps are doing what they're doing right now, where they're just kind of standing there doing nothing, I wait for them to go into yellow status. Once they go into yellow status, I can pop up and bomb some of them. All right, so we'll stand up, bomb, and now this will either cause one of two responses. Either nothing, they won't do anything, or they'll start moving for the ramp. And it's completely random. They could be standing still 1 second, and then the next second, boom, they come up. So, like this right here. See, I did nothing different. I didn't move anything. Yet they just magically are like, oh, no, we see him. Let's go get him. So, yeah, the beauty of the AI in this game. So I'm going to re-bomb that approach so that they can't just walk on me. And now this guy's going to do the same thing randomly. He's just going to be like, oh, let me finally go over there. Okay, so he's going to do the same thing and explode. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to bomb this door. Because what's going to happen is all these amps are going to come out. And Talon's going to end up destroying them for me. But on rare occasion, these two that are closest to me can walk up here and fire on you. So you want to make sure that you put some type of defense there. I just bombed the door, which kills them. But you put a defense there so they can't just walk on you. Once Talon kills all of them, then we're free to move down and move forward. And all I'm going to do is just run over all the bodies to try to get spare parts off of them.
Daylan?
That way will take you up. Into the base. Don't get caught, okay?
I'll do my best. Rinella, can you hear me? Mercer's prepping to charge. I'm going after it.
A scout group of Kametire are close by. They made it through the caves. You'll have backup soon.
Dylan, can you see the Kametire?
Hang on. Yeah! Oh, they're being sneaky. They're right outside the gatehouse.
I'll find a way to get them inside.
All right, so as we move around through the ventilation shaft, in a second, we're going to get to a spot where there's going to be 2 RDA troopers directly under us in a vent, or from the vent. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to peek out to the vent. I'm going to go ahead and tag them. I'm going to go ahead and shoot the vent, and then throw a stun grenade. Then we can peek out and take them down. So this is what I was talking about earlier, where sometimes you'll shoot enemies in the final mission, and there will be like this death delay where they don't like respond immediately. It's kind of funny.
Bows at the ready! Come, let us speak of your plan. Fate has us meet again within...
Hurry, friend. We must press this advantage.
All right, so immediately after this cutscene, and this cutscene can't be skipped, by the way. But immediately after this cutscene, once we gain control of our character back, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and throw a grenade down, like in the road to the left. And then I'm going to back up to the room that I came out in this area from, and I'm going to throw a grenade down at the ramp there. As we come into the room, I'm going to go ahead and ping everything. And then I'm going to shoot the first guy. That's going to aggro the other enemies. And this should have them walk right into the bomb that I put in the road. Once these 2 enemies die, I'm going to get 3 more enemies that are going to get called in from the left side. I believe it's 3 more. Right, so now that they're in, it should be the ground troopers that make their way down first. And so all I'm going to do is just hang out in this room. And they should float in one at a time. Sometimes they'll come in really close together. You'll just have to be ready for that. But, and in fact, I think they're going to do that here. I think they're going to come in close together. Yep, they're going to come in close together. So I need to be in position waiting so that as this first bomb blows up, I throw the second one. And then I need to get away from the door, because you can take splash damage if you're too close to that detonation. All right, so now I'm going to go ahead and bomb right in front of the door. And then I'm going to see what the amp does. So the amp always runs down into this like hangar or whatever, this loading bay. And so I'm just going to wait and see what he does. If he turns and looks away from my direction, then I can peek out and go to shoot him. If he doesn't do that, then I need to wait until he goes yellow, and then I can kill him. So that's what I'm going to do here, is just kind of wait and see what he does. All right, so he goes yellow. So I'm actually going to shoot him here, and I think I missed the shot, or the game doesn't register it right. But that's what the bomb in front of me is for. So after I shoot him, if he gets alerted, he'll run forward, and I just need to back up, and he'll kill himself on the bomb. There he goes. All right. So that's all of those enemies dead. So what I need to do now is I need to run forward, and I need to grab a rocket launcher. And I'm going to grab the rocket launcher inside of this ventilation shaft. There's actually 2 of them here in the box. So what I want to do is I want to walk out. And I want to kill the grenadier first, but that's not always possible. Just because of the way the enemies can sometimes move. The other issue here is you can see there's 2 turrets like up on the wall there. if you, the way this section works is if you stay out in the open, so if you can draw a line from the turret to your character, and they can maintain that line for a short given amount of time, they will automatically start shooting you. So you have to always be behind cover, always. Which is why I'm going from cover to cover to cover. When you come out to fire your weapon, you need to ensure that you're only out of cover for a split second to fire it, and then you're immediately back in cover. Otherwise, you could get shot at. So, that's what I'm doing here. I think what we're going to do is I'm going to peek out, I'm going to shoot, and go right back into cover. Okay, so now I'm going to give it a second just to make sure that the turrets aren't looking at me. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to book it for the right side, and I'm going to jump over the railing, and I'm going to slide to the left. This will ensure that even though they start shooting, they will never be able to hit me. This also puts me directly beside the objective. So I'm going to look through the wall, and I'm going to be looking for the barrel of their guns. And if you can see the barrel of their gun moving and turning, that means they're no longer looking for you. So I'm going to go ahead and drop down behind these crates. I'm going to look for the turret again. And I'm going to make sure that those barrels are facing away from me before I jump over and start running.
You're in. Okay, I locked the door behind you. That should buy you some time. Hey, check this out. I got into base comms. General Ardmore, we have a lot of hostile activity. Without reinforcements, I can't guarantee...
We're not risking more of our people on some executive's power play. I know John Mercer trained these Navi kids. Now it's come back to bite him in the ass. He's lost enough.
Alright, so once we're through the door, we're going to have 5 enemies to kill. We're going to have one on the left and the right high ground. So that's my first go-to, is to see which one of those are killable. And then we'll have 3 on the ground floor. These will generally be in different positions. It's kind of RNG dependent. So basically, like everything else, we want to kill them where nobody's going to see them in such a way where we can kill one after the other without them getting spotted.
We're good, right?
So I'm just going to wait for that guy in the back to path into the right side here. And then we'll kill him and then take out the last guy. Now, there is an optional objective in this room to kill these 4 amps. You definitely want to do that. So if you leave these amps alive, then you'll get 2 amps in the, I'm going to call it courtyard area, whatever, in the outside area that you're about to go to. I haven't tested it. Like, if you kill 2 amps, does that mean you only have 1 out there? Like, is it a 2-for-1 thing? I don't know the answer to that. But I would say kill these, because these are easier to fight than amps that can shoot back at you. So we're going to kill these and then we'll move forward. All right, so as I move into this room, this is the control center. We're going to have 3 guys in here. Basically, what I'm going to do is I'm going to shoot the first one, and then I'm going to look through the wall, and as the other 2 are running up, we're going to throw a stun grenade, a well-timed stun grenade, to stun them and break 4 of the consoles. I'm going to throw 1 more stun grenade on the other side to break the other 4. That'll be 8 of 8, and then we can move forward.
I think you can get out through maintenance. Oh, I see dire horse riders approaching the main gate.
The Zeswa! Can you get them inside?
Not from here, but you're pretty near the bridge control room.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and take this rocket launcher. I'm just basically going to carry this with me into the next section. And the reason for that is just so I have extra rockets. Aside from that, there's no other reason. So once we get in here, we're going to have 2 guys. I am going to bomb the fuck out of them. And if you're like, Hayete, why did you bomb these guys? You haven't done that with any of the other ones. One of the runs right before I got this run, I lost it right here because the game bugged on me. I ran up and I shot the first one and punched the second one. The one that I punched died. The one that I shot never died, even though the arrow hit him. And the animation, as if he was dying, happened. He was still alive, and then he shot me. So every run that's happened after that, I've always bombed those guys, because fuck those guys. They lost me a run. Alright. So as we come out of this cutscene, again, this is a cutscene I can't skip. But as I come out of this cutscene, you'll notice that we're going to be at half health. There's nothing I can do about that. That is developer forced and scripted damage, so it does not count against us. It is allowable damage. Alright, so once I'm up on my feet, I'm going to go ahead and pick up my rocket. I guess after I heal, pick up my rocket launcher.
I'm okay.
And then we're going to move out. So the way that we're going to handle this next section is kind of like a tug of war, like a push and pull type strategy. So I'm going to push in now. There are going to be two enemies here. I'm going to just go ahead and grenade them if I remember correctly. I've never been hit by these guys, but I was like, you know what? Fuck it. They're always standing together, so I might as well just grenade them. Go ahead and pick up our rocket launcher. And then we'll move back in. So as soon as I pull the lever on this tower, I'm going to turn around and run back, and I'm going to stop just shy of leaving the area. We're going to take a knee right here on the corner. I'm going to look down this this ramp. And as the dropship comes in, we're going to take it out. Once I shoot that shot, I need to immediately run back to the control room. Now, I don't believe you're supposed to be able to get back into this control room once you drop down. But you can if you jump in a very specific spot. And that's basically right in line with this yellow part of the wall. So I'm going to get back in the control room, and from here, nobody can shoot me. But I will be able to shoot anyone that I want as long as I stand up. So as the RDA trooper comes in, we're going to take him out. I know that I'm always going to have a grenadier amp, and I know that there should be 2 ground troopers. We killed one of them. I need to wait to see what they do. So they go yellow, which is what I want. And then I need to wait to see what they do once they go yellow. Because there is the possibility that they can run down even after they're yellow. And if that's the case, I want to be all the way down the bridge. I want to say that I tested it. You don't have to be in the control room for them to not shoot you. I think if you're all the way up against the wall of the control room, like all the way at the end of the bridge, they also can't shoot you. Or like their AI doesn't see you, like you're invisible to them. I've always just gone into the control room, but I think early on I tested that and it worked. I can't remember. But if you go into the control room, 100% guarantee they will not be able to hit you. Alright, so what I'm trying to do is get this trooper dead. I could take the shot there, but he moves. So what I decide to do is grab my rocket launcher, and we're going to go up to the 2nd level. And I'm just going to shoot him from here. Alright, so he's dead. Now I'm going to grab the rocket launcher, and I'm going to shoot the grenader amp. Just want to make sure it doesn't move. There we go. Now that that's dead, I'm going to shoot the control with the last rocket I have, drop down to my right, run in here, and grab another rocket launcher. And then I'm going to run all the way back to the control room. I'm also going to start jump hopping here. That's just to get down faster. And the reason why I want to get down faster is because the second drop ship I can actually destroy if I'm fast enough. You have to be all the way at the end of the bridge here to be able to take the shot. Otherwise, the shot will get eaten on like an invisible wall from the bridge. So right there, I take the shot, and then I'm going to climb back up. And now what I'm looking for is any of the RDA units that are coming down the bridge. So there's a trooper. Go ahead and take him out. I also see that there's an amp coming. All right, there's the amp. So the amp's actually walking down here, which is kind of rare. They don't generally do that. But if they do walk down here, they'll literally walk like all the way down the bridge and won't see you. So all I'm going to do is just kind of wait for it to get where it's like walking in a straight line. It's not moving anymore. Like pathing towards that straight line down the bridge before I shoot it. So now I know just from experience, there's supposed to be one RDA trooper left and an amp. So what I'm doing is I'm looking for that RDA trooper and I don't see him. And it's kind of making me nervous because I have had issues before when I was creating this strategy where I would start walking down the bridge and I wouldn't realize there was a guy like right there and he would just start shooting at me. So I finally found him. I pinged him. I'm like, all right, cool, whatever. It looked like he was running down here, so I went back to the control room just to be safe. All right, so we're going to do the same thing with this amp, nothing different. He's going to walk down. We're going to take him out too. Wanted to take my time with that shot since I only had one rocket left. In fact, it's not even a big deal. Like if I would have missed with that rocket, you can literally just sit there and shoot them with the bow and they won't fire back at you. So it wouldn't have been a big deal. Okay, so we just have the one guy left. I'm not going to do anything different. We're just going to run up and find a good angle on him and then take him out with our bow.
We'll see who gets there first.
All right. 3 rooms away from the end of the game, basically. All right, so as we run in here, I'm going to throw a grenade down right here. This is going to be like a safety blanket in case these guys chase me. The way these guys actually move and spawn and everything is complete RNG. The ideal way to deal with this is to kill everyone in stealth, which I believe I pull off here. Generally, that's not possible. Usually you'll get 1 or 2, and then the other ones will get pulled into combat with you. In that case, you just run back down the hallway and line of sight them. If they walk down the hallway, which is very rare, you've got the bomb that'll blow them up. Otherwise, you just wait for them to go yellow and then push out and kill them. So once they're all dead, I'm going to do something that you're not meant to do. We're going to jump up on this light, and then we're going to jump up onto this tube or whatever it is to skip the trigger that would call in like another 10 RDA troopers. As long as you do that the way that I did it, you will not get those enemies to spawn in. So we will get these 2. We'll take this first one out, and then we'll round over and take out the second one. The second one can go yellow or can go red. It's completely random. If he goes red, just wait for him to go yellow. If he goes yellow, just sneak up on him and shoot him. And that's it. That's this room done. All right, second to last room. So I'm going to hold here on the left side. And I'm going to go ahead and scout the only 2 that we can see. Now, as we push up, we'll get a bunch more that spawn in and go yellow. So I want to go ahead and make sure that we ping all of those guys. And then I'm going to push forward, and I'm going to wait for the guy on the right to not be looking left. Because you can see there's a guy on the left, there's a guy on the right. I want to shoot the guy on the left, but if the guy on the right is looking at him, everyone will go alert. So as soon as he turns, that gives me the clear to go ahead and kill this guy. Then I want to move and jump up onto this platform and shoot this guy as he walks to the right, making sure no one's looking at him, like that amp. Once that guy's dead, I'm going to jump on top of this box. And then I have to pull off this really, really insanely difficult and tight jump to get up to this section. I don't believe you're supposed to be able to do this. I don't even think the developers intend for you to do this. But this is something I discovered in testing that worked just incredibly well. And I could not make it the strategy, even though the setup for it to get up here is very difficult. So once we get up here, we're going to crouch into like this like cabling run area, like where you would run the cables for this facility or something. I don't know. But we're in this little like catwalk or whatever, this crawl space, and we're just going to take it all the way down. It is possible for an amp on this top level to my left to see you in here. However, they have to be at just the right spot, and you have to be at just the right spot. So it's very rare for those 2 scenarios to align in such a way that they'll be able to see you. If they start to spot you, basically just pull back or push forward, depending on where it is, and you'll line of sight it. So I'm going to go ahead and open the vent that I need to go through. And now I'm just waiting for my opportunity to move without being seen. So I'm just looking at where they are. And once none of them are looking at my direction of travel, I'm going to run for it. All right, I still can't move because of that guy. All right, he's turning to move. One more double check. Okay, I can go. So I'm going to squeeze out, run down, and then we slide down into the vent, and we're good to go. All right, so that section is done. And now we're going to get this cutscene. When we come out of the cutscene, we will make our way to the final section. Not the final section we can take damage, but the final section with enemies. And this is a really, really hard section that we're coming up on, simply because it is RNG based, whether you're going to get through it. Now, granted, the RNG or the probability of you getting through it is very high, but you can get bad RNG in such a way where it makes it impossible for you to do it no damage. And then you would lose your whole run because you would fail the objective. The section is timed based on like fuel being loaded into the drill, and you have to stop that. So I'll be able to stop one side of that very easily, but the other side I actually have to commit to and enter the room. And if you do the strategy right as I've designed it, you don't enter the room until everything is dead. And basically the way you guarantee that is you brute force it with like overwhelming damage. However, the RNG component is, do the enemies come to where they need to come to for you to kill them? Because if they get stuck or they don't move in the right way or they don't move fast enough, then they will fuck you. And then you'll get infinite spawning waves, one after another, after another, after another, which makes this basically undoable. So I'm going to make sure everything is loaded, everything's topped off. As soon as this door opens, I'm going to start putting charges down. We're going to put one down on the right, one down in the middle, one down on the left, and I need to move immediately because you don't want to get shot here, right? And then we should blow up one of the amps, and then I should have 3 enemies. So I need to peek this to see him, to shoot him. I need to go ahead and ping them first. And so this is where like it's very easy for you to take damage because the only thing you can do is let them walk into your arrows and hope they don't get a stray shot off like that guy was shooting at me. Hope they don't get a stray shot off and hit you. But there's no other way to do this. And if you leave this room, the door will lock behind you and you'll be stuck in the room and you will take damage. There's no way around that. So I'm going to go ahead and do one shot in there, switch to the short bow, hit this, and with 4 arrows, it should be broke. That'll stop the fuel on one of the sides and the timer. And now what I'm going to do is rebomb for the 2 amps that are going to be coming in. And then we'll also get 3, I believe it's 3 troopers at some point. What I'm doing now is I'm shooting, I'm trying to get them to come down here. And that's what I'm talking about. If they get stuck and they take too long, you are going to be screwed. So, and now we've got troopers spawning in. I can't be out there anymore. And now I've just got to wait. I've got to wait and pray to God that they come down here and die. Because if they don't, there's nothing I can do about this. And I thought I took damage there and I spammed the button because she went, ah! And then I remembered I'm jumping into the wall. And whenever you jump into a hard surface, she makes those noises. Okay, so I'm getting these nice shots off. There's one guy left, man. Come down. I thought he was on the lower part. He was on the upper part. Once it's clear, I have now committed. I have to run and I am against the timer. If I take too long to destroy this, another wave will spawn in and I will be fucked. So I shoot that real quick. I cross my fingers, hope that I have enough time to break that. I broke it. We're good to go. I do want to mention that I went up on that ramp so that the flames after I broke the canister didn't land on me. You can take fire damage from that if you're on top of it. So once that's broken, we pick up the rocket launcher. I'm going to move behind the drill, and then I've got to wait for the amp to come out. The best way to deal with this amp is with rockets and with shock ammo from the shotgun. So you'll notice before I picked up the rocket, I swapped to the shotgun. I made sure there was shock ammo in it. Then I picked up the rocket launcher. All right, so he's spawned now. What I want to do is I want to rotate opposite direction of him. So we're just going to play like circle jerk. And what I want to do is I want to wait for him to go yellow. And the reason for that is because he has both ranged attacks with grenades and he has flame attacks like a pyro does. I don't want him to start shooting grenades at me, which I actually fuck up and he does because I get greedy. So there's shot number 1. I'm going to go back for shot number 2. And what I should have done was wait before shot number 3 because he was already looking my direction. I didn't. He throws grenades. I round the corner. I make sure that I jump so that I give myself the best possible chance of not getting hit by the detonation. Avoiding those grenades is very, very difficult. And then I round the corner and I hit him the shotgun, and that shock ammo will actually stun him, which is why it's so powerful against him, because if you hit him with that shock ammo, he cannot attack you. So once he's dead, that's the last enemy of the run. We have no more enemies we have to fight. There is one more, like, there is a couple more sections where we have to deal with environmental damage potential. But that's easy to avoid. So basically at this point, the run is done unless I fuck up.
I'm not leaving without
So as I land in this room, you're gonna see fire coming out. I'm gonna move over to this valve to turn the fire off. As we go in through this entrance, you're gonna hear an explosion. I'm gonna be quiet so you can hear it. Boom, right there. When you hear that explosion, you need to back off and wait. The reason for that is it's kind of hard to see, but there's like flames. You can see them kind of jutting across. You have to wait until those flames are done. Because if you don't and you start going, you'll take flame damage or fire damage. So you have to wait for that to stop before you're able to continue down. All right, for this one, basically you just need to jump. I almost fucked this up and then get hit because I hold the jump button too hard and hit the fucking ceiling. Luckily, I was able to recover from it. I missed my slide because I'm freaking out at this point. I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna get the run. All right, so as we come in here, we want to go ahead and hack this at the soonest available opportunity because the timer at the top doesn't stop. This is kind of a lengthy hack. I have more than enough time, but you want to do this as soon as you can. Okay, so as we come out of the cutscene here, we're going to open this door and we want to hold short because we don't want to take electrical damage. And now basically all it is going through here and destroying the panels and not walking into electricity.
I am one of them.
Persevering in your goal, finding your target, such focus. I taught you that. It is almost a shame to see you fail. I know now my program was a success after all. You are the proof.
All right, and as soon as we drop down into this room, that right there is it. The entire run is done without taking damage where possible. So if you've stuck with me to this point, I'd like to say thank you for giving me the gift of your time and attention. This was a really difficult challenge run to conceptualize and complete, and I hope it was both educational and insightful for you to watch. If you enjoyed this run and you're interested in similar content, please consider subscribing and don't forget to turn on notifications so you never miss a new run being released. If you'd like to ask questions or interact with the community, be sure to join the Discord. The link for that and all of my socials are in the description section below. Thank you again for watching, and I hope to see you on the next one.